Welcome, adventurers, to this week's episode of The Rising Hand. Who wants to do the recap for last week?
Let me. I had not gotten notes up yet. Shit.
We just.
Yeah, no, Josh, you muted.
Huh?
You're muted.
Well, we did do the ceremony for all the anointed for all of us, so that was pretty cool. We went to the library for the first time, and a lot of us got to experience that. All the cool flying books and everything. Some of us went to Oceans and Potions with Claribold as he did his stop by Gisela to see what's up with her. Try and convince her to do better for the city.
Narvern was looking into acid resistance.
Yes.
Then we went to the dwarven quarters because we didn't go there. We heard that they needed help, I guess, with food or because they were poor. We're just trying to get them money somehow, like being self-sufficient. So Lex and Claribold, while at the library, were looking up like farming and stuff. But little did they know when they went back and offered them their advice and everything. Afterwards, we went to Chlora, and Chlora can just pretty much make a garden out of nothing. So there was that.
Oh, I guess I'll go ahead and relay this stuff just in case. But Matt told us like the properties of like black dragons. They reside in like swamps and caves. Acid pitted bones. Centipedes, scorpions, and snakes are around their layers. It takes twice as long to go through the terrain leading up to it as well. The water is foul, and there's a lot of fog around their layers. So keep that in mind for the future.
Core burnt his face with metal.
Yep. To do that. It was good fun.
Good fun. And then I know we left off with Brad and Kalora were going to the Dwarven Quarter. Hezrian and Zafir were going to the Onatar Temple, and then Narfrin and Lex were going to go talk to Aluharad, and I don't know where everyone else was.
Okay. Easy enough. Well, we will pick up with Brad and Kalora, who are on their way to the underground section, the underground farming area of the Dwarven Quarter. So you guys spend some time walking through the city of Mightside. Brad kind of leading the way as he's been there. Kalora hasn't. Heading south and then east across the Dwarven Quarter to the small hut or hole in the ground that serves as an entrance to the underground farming area. You can just now see it as you turn a corner. You can see Brad, the small chamber that you saw all those dwarves walk into earlier and went down.
Wow. This is crazy. I've never seen crops grow like under a city before.
I mean, I have once, but
Was it this crop?
this one, yeah.
Gotcha. Yep. Well, is there somebody we should talk to, or should I just like start casting?
I mean, we probably should tell somebody first before we just start.
Oh, I kind of meant you were still
Magic-y.
upstairs, but we could say, yeah, you guys you've gone down the ladder and looking around. You do see down here lit by torchlight, lots of different mushrooms growing, some razor grain and other similar crops, things that do well in low light environments. Dwarves are some of them are tilling earth in plots that are not currently being used. Others are walking around plucking ripe mushrooms and things like that, things that have grown to the desired size and consistency, walking through with baskets and things. They don't really take much notice of you. There's probably around 20 or 30 dwarves down here that you can see in your immediate area, all working. They all seem
Can
to
I
be head down working on their tasks.
can I tell if there's anyone that's like supervising or like in charge or anything?
Make a perception check.
I probably can't. My character sheet's still loading, but the natural roll was a 3, so I don't think it's going to be above a 10.
Looking around, it looks to be a real community effort. There doesn't seem to be a supervisor here, for instance, that's directing people what to do. Everyone is just working together, all completing their individual tasks and getting the work done. Doesn't seem to be something that's structured in that way.
Okay. I am going to go up to just a nice woman-looking dwarf.
Yeah, you can easily enough find a woman dwarf who is carrying a basket that is laden with these mushrooms, and she's just kind of bent down. She has kind of a crooked back from how often she's been down here, and definitely an older dwarf. But she kind of looks up at you, or looks down at you, I guess, when you walk up.
We're probably at eye level, wouldn't you say?
I don't know. Dwarves are like between 3 and 4 feet tall.
I'm like 3.5 foot tall, so.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like 3.
Hi,
Oh, hello.
how are you?
Just fine. Just, working. What can I help
Well-
you with?
Well, I was
No.
actually. No, I'm not lost. I'm actually in the exact spot I'm meant to be. I was sent down here by some friends who have been working with the master of the Ilmater temple.
Oh, lovely man.
Yes, and I understand that you guys grow all of your crops down here. Is that correct?
She just kind of looks around and opens her hands.
Yes. Well, so you see, I and my friends want to be able to leave this city with something good and leave it better than it was before. And I have the capability to enrich this area that you're growing your crops in. And it'll take me a little bit of time to enrich it, but once I do it, it'll last for a year. So all of your yield will be doubled.
Oh, okay. That sounds nice.
Is that something you guys would like us to do?
Feel free.
Is there somebody I should talk to and tell them, or will you suffice?
I mean, are you going to be in the way of anything?
I mean, no, I just have to kind of I basically get down on my hands and knees and I kind of take my hands and I stick them in the ground and I sit here for 8 hours.
Okay, she kind of just pats you on the shoulder and says, "You go right ahead, dearie."
Okay.
You get the sense that she doesn't believe that you can do this.
Yeah, okay. And I set up shop and I go up to Brad and I say, "Hey, Brad, so I'm going to be here for 8 hours. If you guys want to, if you don't want to stay here for 8 hours, you don't have to. But I'll be here for the most of today.
Okay.
Are you going to stay or are you going to leave?"
I don't know. I don't think there's anything to do down here besides just, stand here and stare at you. So,
Yeah, that's true. Well, I tell you what, will you send somebody, it doesn't have to be you, but to come get me in 8 hours?
I'll see if
I
I can
just-
remember that. But yes.
Okay. I just don't want to get lost walking back.
Oh,
I
yeah.
didn't really pay attention to the way we came.
That's okay. You
Okay.
just go up, and then you'll be somewhere in the city, and then you just get lost,
Okay, I got it. I'll figure it out.
and you start walking around for a little bit, and then hopefully you get found.
Yeah, I hope so. Okay,
Okay.
I'm going to go over here now.
Okay, have fun.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
I'm just going to plant myself down in the dirt and start to cast my spell.
Yeah, so you kneel down in the dirt, just kind of a place a little bit of ways from the dwarves and then their various tasks that they're going about. You catch a few stairs as you kind of just with your bare feet and put your hands into the dirt and almost bury them up to the wrists. And you begin. What are the components of this spell?
I'm going over to it now. Sorry, it's taking a really long time to load. Are you having any issues with our Wi-Fi?
No. One sec, I can probably get there too.
It's just verbal and somatic.
Okay, yeah. So you, with your hands underneath the dirt, begin murmuring the incantation that you know will cause this this land to be enriched, and you make small movements with your hands underneath the dirt, and it's almost like they, instead of being slowed down by the excess weight of the dirt on your hands, they almost move freely, as if the dirt is becoming liquid underneath your fingers. You can feel.
I kind of like it.
Good.
I squoosh the mud.
Perfect. And you feel ripples of power coming down your arms, and it almost feels like a warm sensation is growing and then branching over and over again down your arms and then into the earth below. Keep going. B-Rad, you go back up.
Yes.
Where are you heading?
I'm gonna make my way to the tower.
Sounds good. I have not finished the 100 floors of the tower for you yet, but I will get to it, I promise.
Okay. No worries.
Jumping to
Just important stuff. Like if it's just like there's a supply closet on floor 58 through 72, it's okay. It doesn't have to be like a library that has anything that you want to learn.
there are, thinking about this realistically with 100 floors, there are going to be a lot of floors that are no longer in use. So you do find on several floors just empty space, sometimes cavernous spaces, huge spaces, much larger than the tower itself, that are completely empty, full of dust and nothing there. There'll be other rooms where there's, this school used to have a lot more people in it. You guys know that from researching. So there'll also be domiciles that are no longer in use, both for teachers that maybe used to be employed at this school and for students, the more bunk style stuff. As far as important rooms, the ones that you guys have really found are the most important. There are a couple others that I plan on expounding upon, and there are a couple rooms that when you press the button for them and tried to open the door just wouldn't have opened. So I'll get you the full list. I've got a lot of it built out now, but none of it's written down in a way that I can share with the player. So
Okay.
I'll figure it out.
Cool.
Moving on to Zafir and Hezrian on your way to the Temple of Onatar, right?
Correct.
Okay. What time of day was it? Do you guys remember?
It was the morning. We had just done the feeding the.
Right. So later morning, like 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys make your way through the Great Bazaar on the way to the Temple of Onatar, a welcoming sight as usual, with its 4 wings branching off from the main central chamber, which is at this time of day billowing white smoke as things are being forged, and the forge itself is generally at its hottest during midday when it sees the most use, but it's getting close to there now, so there's a lot of people on it right now, most likely. There are people crowding around the outside, some walking away with small crafted items and others waiting to get in. You make your way inside through one of the doors, or through one of the wings of different crafting instruments and tables along the sides. There are people here, much like other days when you've come here on normal days. there are many people gathered at the workstations crafting items to be given to the forge or the community at the forge to the benefit of Onatar and his creation. Looking around for Thuldir, you do spot him at one of the anvils. Today he is at the silvered anvil, and he is working with a small boy, a young kid, either like maybe quarter elf, but mostly human. They're hammering a piece of metal that you can recognize, the two of you, with your Zafir, your extensive knowledge in forging, and Hezrian, your somewhat knowledge in forging, that the piece of metal is nowhere near hot enough to actually be moved. And the kid's hammer is tiny. This kid is probably 5 or 6, and Thuldir is holding a really big hammer and just kind of pretending to smack at it while kind of showing this kid how to hold his arm and things like that. He doesn't notice you guys walk in.
What is Thuldir? What's his race?
He's a dwarf.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, so they're almost the same height, this 5 and 6-year-old kid and Thuldir. Thuldir is just like a million times stockier. He's built like a barrel, where this kid is like a will-o-wisp.
Get within like 10 feet and be like, "Hello, Thuldir."
Hello.
He turns with the hammer upraised and like kind of nods his head to you, and then catches the kid's arm as the kid's about to come down and catch his hammer with his own. Hello, Zafir, Hezrian.
You giving lessons?
Something like that. His parents had to run off for a minute. I'm keeping him busy.
Looks like it's going well.
He's learning. Aren't you, Alec? Yeah, I guess so. My arm hurts. That's a good thing. It means you're learning. What can I do for you boys today?
I mean, I really just wanted to see if there's anything that I can do for you today. Actually, I've got a couple of hours, but I think we are going to be leaving town to pursue the dragon guy that attacked. But
Leave it.
I wanted to, like,
Today?
spend some more time here. I don't know. I don't know.
Soon.
Like, in
Maybe
the next
today.
day or so. I think. We have to talk to the mages.
All right. Yeah, I've got something you could help with, if possible. Give me a sec. I'll go get it. Can you watch him?
Sure.
All right. I'll be right back. And he trundles off to one of the more private locations that is more devoted to the acolytes of the Temple of Onatar than the public, and leaves you with Alec. The boy just kind of like looks up at you, and
So
between the
how old
two
are
of
you?
you. I'm 6. How old are you?
6.
Wow,
Are
you're
you
big
really?
for 6.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
You must have practiced really hard with your hammer. He goes back to banging on the anvil inelegantly.
Yeah. Oh, this piece of metal doesn't look too hot. Does it, Zephyr? What you think?
I mean, it's a little bit, but like, you don't have a really strong arm, so you couldn't really move it anyway, you know?
The kid like looks up at you, and he just has this scowl on his face. He's like, I've been practicing for 2 hours. I'm so strong, feel. And he puts his arm up and flexes.
Might want to put in
I'm
2
gonna
more
feel
hours
it.
then.
You feel his arm, and it's like, I mean, it's mostly bone. You don't get the sense that this kid has been particularly eating super well in terms of like a kid his age should be a little bit meatier, and he's a stick.
Gotcha.
But with the small amount of muscle he has, it is dense muscle, although well stretched, not very large.
Well, that's good. I mean, you got a good base, but like, you said you practiced for 2 whole hours?
Yeah.
I've been practicing like 20 years.
How long has he been practicing?
2 hours.
Thursday.
Oh. He turns back around and starts hammering faster. Let me pull up what Dildy was working on. Doldir comes back with a bundle wrapped in leather in his arms. You can tell it's kind of a heavy bundle. He's not like by any means struggling with it, but it's weighing down his left-hand side as he walks up to you. He looks over at Alec and smiles at him, furiously pounding away at the anvil and the piece of metal on it, only hitting the piece of metal like 1 out of every 3 times. The din of the smashing kind of ringing throughout the central chamber of the temple. And he
Quick question.
Mhm.
Does he have like gloves on?
Alec?
Like protective stuff?
No. Alec is not wearing gloves. That's probably, you get the sense that's probably the reason why this metal is not very hot. Thuldir didn't want him hurting himself. But Thuldir sidles up to one of the more brass-colored anvils and kind of motions you guys over. As you guys come over, he sets the this bundle on top of the anvil and unties the string that's tying it together. And as he does, it unfolds, kind of rolling outwards on both ends into what appears to be a smith's kit. It has sets of hammers and tongs and files, and they are intricate and beautiful. It is impressive in its, it almost seems like less of just a simple tool, although they do all look functional, and more of a celebration of Onatar. They've got the symbol of Onatar embedded in the tools in various places, intricately carved in with chisel and then filled in with gold. The wood for the tools is a dark hardwood that I don't think you would have seen before. Almost has a not a grain that is wider than average and has tinges of green in the different cell divisions in it. The tools themselves are well polished, almost silvered, but they are all made of steel. But they've been polished to such a sheen that they are done. You look towards the right-hand side, and all that really is left to be done on these tools is to finish buffing out the hammers. There are 3 hammers here, one that's smaller all the way up to a very big hammer for really moving iron. They need to be polished, and then the symbol of Onatar needs to be carved into, chiseled into the heads, and then the gold needs to be melted into them. That's just from your eye, all that really needs to be done here. Thuldir kind of looks up at you as you're looking at it. It's just something I've been working on. Always good to have around, a good set of smiths. Tools.
Beautiful. I would be honored to work on the set, but wow.
It would be great if we could finish them up today. That would be really great if you could help, but I don't have time today.
Yeah, get started.
Yeah, we can do it. Have it in tip top.
Thanks, boys. I appreciate it. I better get back to Alec, but before you leave, come talk to me.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
He kind of steps away to go back to Alec, and you can see him as he walks over. He corrects Alec's form a little bit, straightens his back up, and then moves his elbow a bit to keep him better aligned to hit the anvil and the steel upon it. Do you guys want to talk about anything, or do you want to just start working?
Sure, let's get to work.
Okay. You get to be my assistant, okay? I did all this stuff for my dad when we forged his forge, so I'm going to kind of be like your dad, but not really. So, you're going to do what I used to. So, helping.
All right, Daddy.
Oh, also the hammers need to be put onto their hafts. Like you have to actually put them on the handles.
The hafts already created.
The hafts
Alright.
are there. They're just they're loose in the thing. They're a little bit rough. Like they haven't been fully finished because he wanted to leave them rough so you could fit the hammer on it and then spit them out afterwards. Creates a more fluid transition that way.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna take out my tools, even though I want to use the really nice fancy ones we're making, but take out my tools and cast enhance ability on myself for dexterity and get started.
All right.
Go ahead and make your checks. You can have advantage since Hezrian's helping.
What is it? Performance? No.
21.
It's just add your dexterity modifier and then your proficiency bonus.
Yeah, it's 21.
Okay, lovely. Yeah, you start working on it, and you're really feeling the forge today. You both of you almost feel the presence of Onatar watching down on you, especially putting together something that you know will be used to create in his name going forward. That drives you to a degree that just making a weapon sometimes doesn't. Even though you know that weapon will be wielded in the way that makes Onatar happy, you know these kind of things are the driving force behind his beliefs. So as you're working on him, it's almost a reverent fervor that takes over, and your will is attached, as well as your just your degree of attention to the task is greatly increased. I'd say you probably only have about 2 hours of work with that roll to finish it.
Sweet.
So we'll leave you guys to continue your work and step in with our last group, who were doing what?
We are on the way to the Parliament building to talk to Aluharad and Atior.
Yes. Okay. Fantastic. And who all was it?
Me and Narvern.
Just you two? Logan, what were you doing? I know you were asleep at the end of the last session, but do you remember what you were doing? You're muted.
You're muted.
I think I was just sleeping. I think I would have gone to the library today.
Okay. I'll have you in the library. Just can you shoot me a whisper on Roll20 what you're researching? Okay. Cool. All right. So you guys, you were leaving from the library to go to Parliament, right? You were leaving from the tower to go to Parliament.
I think
No,
it was
we're-
from Oceans and Potions.
Oh, right. Claire,
Or was it the inn?
No, we had come back to the inn after, because we had just talked to Kalora about doing the vegetation stuff.
Right.
Right. So we're coming from the inn.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Clarebold, did you stay at the inn?
I don't. I'll just say I went with them. I don't
you can
have
come.
any- I don't have,
Yeah,
I
don't
that's
remember.
fine. Logan, you
I
can go
mean,
with them
I don't
too
have-
if you wanted to do that instead of going to the library, because you were at the
Inn.
inn when they left.
Yeah, I'll
to
go
be
with you
honest,
guys.
I don't remember where I was last where we left off.
I think you went to sleep or something.
You
Yes,
were
he went to
sleeping
sleep.
because you were up all night.
That's what I think. But okay.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you were asleep.
And where do we want Tito?
Tito will come with you as well.
All right, the whole gang.
Yeah, I think Tito would do that.
I think so.
Okay, so you guys begin making your way over to the Parliament building, where you have been twice now, both times meeting with the Enclave. Take the 20-minute walk over there. Is there anything you guys want to talk about while you're walking, planning, or what you're going to say?
We just need to remember to talk to Aluharad about the potions, since he's the alchemist kind of guy about the acid resistant stuff, so we can ask him if he has any or plans on bringing any.
Good idea.
Okay.
Anything else from you guys, or you guys need anything else?
I mean, we got to figure out exactly how to use the teleportation zone I have. So I was going to ask about that.
Did they tell you how to do that?
That we, yeah, maybe.
I think Narfarin has the activation word. It was in Elvish.
I think you're right.
Does he?
not, I can find it.
It's just hard to remember. It's been a hot minute.
Actually, I think you selected the activation word, so I don't think I even have it.
I think it was the active. I thought I selected the activation word for the silent stone because it was in Elvish. I don't think I did.
That's
the
true.
teleportation
That is
one.
correct. Okay, so the teleportation stone, we will just say, yeah, you can ask them about it. That's fine. We'll retcon that. Okay, so you guys walk over to the Parliament building. The streets around the Parliament building at this time of day are a little bit more active. Both times you've been there has been in the afternoon when you went through the trials. And at that point, most of the people who work in Parliament have already left, and it isn't really a busy building. Right now is quite the opposite. At 10 o'clock, there are scribes walking hither and yon all over the place, some walking into the Parliament building, others running with messages out of the Parliament buildings, breaking off, going south, west, and then some of them even going north to the Veataris. Or the towers that guard the Veataris, rather. The members of Parliament, of which you do see one, and it's quite clear that this is a member of Parliament as you see them, they are wearing very formal and, to your eyes, antique robes that would generally say scholar to you. They're black robes trimmed in like almost fur around the edges of some animal that you can't really guess because the material's been dyed different colors based on the station of the member of Parliament. But they're being surrounded by a group of these scribes and giving messages to each one, and the ones run off. The one you see is a... Actually, I'm going to roll for which one you see.
Be funny if it was the older son and who we stole from.
It could be. I just rolled for it. Let's see. I got to get to my list. It's an older woman. Gray hair, cut short and curled at the ends. She's wearing the same robes. She's also got very big emerald earrings on and an emerald necklace that kind of stretches down over her robes and ends in a very large gold pendant. But yeah, you can just walk past all this and into the Parliament building. The guards on duty don't seem to have a desire to stop you or question you as you walk in. Do you just go straight to the transportation chamber?
Could I do a perception check to try and hear what they're talking about?
Absolutely.
I will do that.
Go for it.
Come on, first roll of the day. That would be a 17.
17. Okay. So as you guys are walking past this group of scribes and the member of Parliament, you hear one of the scribes say, Mistress Orella, we just had word from the Drust camp that they're going to be abdicating the vote today for our bill we're putting on the floor. Geraldus has recommended that we bribe Durst with 50 or 60 platinum, and we might be able to get him back on the floor and on our favor.
Okay.
That's just as you're kind of walking past, you hear that conversation, and then you hear Mistress Orella speak as you're kind of getting away, and it kind of fades off as you're walking in the doors, but she says, fine, we will pay him. We really don't have a choice in this case.
Okay.
You guys make your way towards the back of the Parliament building, back to the circular transportation chamber that you know will take you to the room at the top reserved for the Enclave. As you enter, it raises and moves diagonally as you're used to now, and you find yourselves in the chamber of the Enclave within the Parliament building. Right now, the people who are here would be Veronin, Aluharad, Atior, and Ovidel. They're all just sitting around the table. Veronin and Atior are eating what looks to be soup out of a bowl. Ovidel and Aluharad are playing cards.
Hello.
Aluharad
Sorry to
looks up
interrupt.
at the hand that he's got. Hello, you've come with news, I hope. Are we heading out?
Soon. That's the word.
As soon as possible.
All right.
But there were like a few preparations we wanted to get under control before we head out.
Sure. I've been preparing as well, and in the hopes that you'll be going.
Well, we're
And then
definitely
we'll go
going. Trying to remember. I'm trying to remember. I remember everything. How do we use the teleportation stone again?
The one that takes you back to the Beataris. Right? That one? Or do you have another one?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, Veronin.
Had a delay.
Veronin just, he just says, whenever you need to teleport back, and again, I do hope it's only under the most dire of circumstances. All that you need to do is squeeze the stone and say, Beataris.
Simple.
Try to make it easy.
And it's only the one use?
One use, yes.
Gotcha.
And quite expensive, so if you don't need to use it, we'd appreciate it back at the end of your quest.
How close does everyone need to be for us to all go? If there's only one person, trying to get the logistics of that.
30-foot radius.
Okay.
But you can choose who you teleport and who you don't. This happens
Right.
instantaneously. So ideally, if you were in the midst of combat, you wouldn't teleport an enemy back.
Not on purpose, no.
Right.
Thank you. And Navran, I think you had a question.
Yeah, I'll walk up to Aluharad and I blank for a second. So, have you gotten everything for the journey, or do you need us to pick up anything for preparation for like equipment to fight the dragon, or what's your plan here, since you're probably more experienced?
I don't mean to give the impression that I am a master
Slayer.
fighter or dragon slayer. I'm a potions master in a school. I do have abilities that might assist in your fight, our fight, as does Atior. He's probably a better fighter than I am. But I'm good for supplies. I'm planning on bringing a few things, including my materials for potion making and some ingredients that I have laying around. I might even stop and buy some from Fefira, but I'm good. Unless you need anything specific that you'd like to pick up, that I can make for you.
We were doing some research, and I just wanted to make sure we had acid resistance potions for everyone, since we're going up against the Black Dragon.
I've got a few. I did begin making them after the dragon attack. They are expensive to make and time-consuming. I've got 3 at the moment, and I hope to make another 2 on a journey.
Oh, dibs.
That's good. Do you need us to pick up anything to like accelerate the process to make more? Are we able to do that because we have a few more than 5 going?
It's not a problem of having the ingredients. Unfortunately, it's a problem with time. They take around a week to brew. Luckily, I already had 2 on hand, and I've made 1 in the week since the dragon attack.
Right.
I expect our journey will take around 2 weeks, getting to stale, and then maybe another week afterwards, once we get there on the way to the mountain. But
Sure.
Sorry, I was going to say, speaking of how we get there. How are we getting there?
That's partially up to you. Atior and I have discussed it, and I don't think it would be wise to teleport directly to Stale.
So probably a boat, ship.
A boat would be good. We were thinking of either taking horses to Portside or teleporting about a day's ride to from Portside and then going in from there. If you'd rather take the trip on foot, I understand. But Portside should be our first stop, and we should get a ship there. We should be able to, at this time of year, there should be a few ships there that are looking for work. Maybe we could hire. Might need some coin for that, though, so if you have any way of picking up coin, that might be a good idea.
Okay. We'll probably leave at the latest tomorrow morning. This is just my assessment. I haven't actually gone of everything. But Core, he is exhausted, so he's sleeping right now. And I know Kalora is helping some dwarves out, so they're getting all that taken care of right now. So yeah, just latest probably tomorrow morning.
All right. Just so I know what to prepare in the morning, and Atior as well, because we will have to cast the teleportation spell twice with how large our group is. Do we think we will teleport to Portside, or would you rather go on foot or hoof?
I'm fine with teleporting if it accelerates our journey.
I could get us within a day. I'm certain. The only danger is with teleportation magic. You know, there's a bit of a wild card there, especially being that we have to travel in 2 groups.
Gotcha.
I'm fine with horse travel as well if we want to do that.
I'm fine with either. Either way, I'll be fine. But it's really what the majority of your group is comfortable with.
Like, we love quick and efficient, but it feels like we're having a choice between quick or efficient here. And I think more people would rather be on the side of safety. But yet again, this is something we'll talk with everyone just to be certain.
The going on foot would give me more time to brew potions. My estimate of 2 weeks is with teleporting to Portside. It's about a 2-week, it's probably around a week's boat journey across the Sound, and then a week to get into Sail proper off the coast.
We should probably reserve more time to make potions.
Well, discuss it with your group. You could either send me a message today or tomorrow when you're ready to leave. Atior and I will be prepared to leave at a moment's notice if you'll have us.
Yeah, we can definitely use all the help that we can get. Not because we're not good, it just helps the odds.
We'd like to get a shot at the dragon anyway. He kind of looks down at Veronin, who just has his fingers steepled, and lets out a little sigh.
Retribution. I hear it's
Something
nice.
like that.
Question for the group. So I don't have like any money. Do you guys have like enough money to like do things when we leave, or what's happening? Like, do I
Okay.
need to do like some odd jobs?
First of all, do you know my skill set? So there's that. Secondly, I do have money.
Also, I could change more money over. If need
Okay.
be.
Yeah, are you asking the group or?
Yeah, I'm just asking the whole group. This is like an aside out of character.
Oh.
I want to sell a bunch of stuff.
I mean, I'm willing to sell my body for money.
Shit, I got money,
Benefits the
cuz.
group.
I have money. I just need you to change it.
Same, I would need mine changed over, but
Yeah, I don't really have any left of the
I only have 13.
money
cause I-
here.
Because I have like a lot of gold from like our time.
We need to find out if there's different currency or like the way coins are made in stale before we change all of our money here.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I just wanted to touch base on that because I'm a broke bitch. So.
Broadcasting.
All right, so you'll let us know when you're ready.
Sounds good. Thank
Got
you
it.
for talking to us.
I got one question for you real quick. My my memory in battle sometimes has been a liability. I know we discussed that. and y'all were going to.
Oh yes, you
Help me
pet
out.
that demon dog.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
thought it was a puppy or something. That was great.
Yeah. It's not really that great. So I was wondering if you had anything that could, I don't know, maybe help stabilize my sanity a little bit before we. I feel like a dragon's more dangerous than a couple demons.
That's
I really
true.
like to be in control of my actions a little better.
I will check what we have in the stores. There's, I doubt, without Esavera and Afreya, I would be able to cure you of your amnesia or symptoms, but we might be able to find something that can stabilize you for short periods of time.
Okay. Appreciate it.
I'll do my best. No promises.
Same. Thanks.
Anything else?
That's it for me.
All right, back to the tavern, inn, whatever
Sounds
it is.
Yeah.
You guys say your goodbyes and head back to the Mightside Inn. And in the interest of getting the fuck out of Mightside, we are going to kind of speed this up a little bit. So tell me what you want to do as far as buying, selling, getting money, that kind of thing. You can just do it one at a time, go, and then we'll jump back to the people who have little things left to roleplay.
Zafar's gonna make me money.
Okay, Zafir's going to change over money. So after he's done with his 2 hours work, we'll meet you guys up in our fast forward mode and get the money transferred. Cool.
I think I should probably have Zafir make me a little bit of money. Michael, are you able to switch over like the regular time money to this time's money? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. So I can just do like a big pot of money for everybody.
I was gonna
at the same
ask, is
time.
there like a
certain
limit
amount of
on how
gold at a
much?
time, right?
Yeah.
It's a certain amount of gold at a time, right? Based on your ability?
I can do. No, I think it's less. I think it's like 150.
So I was gonna do like 50, I guess.
Yeah, I don't have any money from this time, but I think, like you said, I don't think we would need it until we get to stale, right? So maybe it's best if we wait to figure out if they have a different currency.
Well, he said he'd be hiring a boat in Portside, which is in.
Oh, excuse me, Portside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 100.
100 gold. So you can do 100 gold per short rest. So hour on, hour off.
Well, I can do
hour
2
on,
per short rest now.
Okay.
I think.
So 2 and then hour off, 2 and then hour off to it. So it's just basically how much gold you want to move based on how much time you want to put into it for Zafir.
Yep.
So I'll do 50 gold for now, if that's cool.
Yeah, I'd put in 50 gold too.
Okay, so
I'll just add a custom item.
50, 30, 130.
I only have 40 gold, so I'd like 40. I would just change.
Your gold is already this gold, isn't it?
I don't think
Because
it
you weren't
was.
from our time.
I don't. Did I ever try and use? I don't even think I tried and used my gold. Or I think I tried to.
You
use
have
my
not
gold.
spent any money.
Shit. Only been killing people.
But you can look at your coins. They don't look like their coins. But they don't look like the Shador coins either.
Right.
They're
so my
probably gonna be
gold's-
eventide gold.
Well, fuck. Nah, I'll just try and spend it when I get there. See how it goes.
Did I give you 50, Zafir?
What?
Did I give you 50?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna be spending. You said
Tito's
a
gonna
couple
give you
hours
some
at the
too.
forge, Matt.
Tito's going to give you 50 as well, if possible.
Okay. So that's 200, 230. So I'll just do 70 myself just to make it an even thing.
Okay, so 300. So you're going to do
300. So I'll spend 3 hours and then I'll get my emergency time shopping done.
Okay, cool.
Later.
So let's just run through finishing the 56. Okay.
And I have some stuff I want to sell, Matt, too.
Yeah, that'll be fast forward mode too, if that's cool with you.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's just run through the finals of Zafir and Kalora, Zafir, Hezri, and Kalora's things, and then we'll just jump straight into just fast forward mode. Cool? We happy with that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
All right.
yeah.
Zafir and Hezrian. After 2
Yeah.
hours working at the forge, both of you are, with the fervor of your work and how ingrained you were into the process, both of you are a little bit tired and definitely overheating with the forge being right in front of you. Hezrian, you less so, considering your
Oh.
hellspawn.
Damn straight. Yes, sir.
You finish the set of Smith's tools with the last brush of the iron weave over the iron weave, meaning polishing cloth, over the final hammer, and with it set in place onto the wood and carved down. You have at least matched the Mastersmith Teldir's work, if not maybe even improved on certain aspects of it for the hammers. Doesn't look different, it looks the same, but maybe it's a little bit sturdier in some places. It looks fantastic, and it is 100% complete.
You're a really good assistant.
You're a really good master.
Didn't you call me daddy earlier, and now you're calling me master? I like a lot.
Yeah, I don't remember that. But anyways, we did some good work.
Yeah. Do I see Teldir in sight?
Yeah, you've kind of kept track of him throughout your working, where he's gone, and he's been with Alec the whole time. Alec, they finished working on that little piece of metal, ended up like almost cutting it into a rough shape of a sword, probably only about that long, about 1.5 feet. And they've since taken it over to one of the woodworking stations and are carving out a handle for it.
Nice. Yeah, I'll wrap the tools up nicely and walk over there, present them to him, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. One sec. Okay. So you walk over there, and Alec notices you first. He kind of looks and then hides a little bit behind Tholdir, and you see a little hand reach out and grab the sword. Tholdir turns and looks at you. Have you finished then?
Oh, yeah.
Alec
I
pops
think
out from behind
it turned
Tholdir and
out
says,
pretty
"Look what
well.
I made!"
Give me a summary of it.
Of the blade?
Yeah.
It's basically just metal that has been chopped out. It's not been forged. It was just cut.
Did you make a handle for it yet?
The handle is rough. It's still squared on the, and the pommel has been attached. There's a little ball iron pommel at the bottom. It's pressure fit to the bottom of the sword, and the handle has not been carved down, but you can see the little whittle marks where he's been taking a small knife and scratching it.
It's a
Holding
good
it up,
start.
looking proud.
Yeah, it's not bad, little man.
Tholdir laughs and pats the kid on the head. Yeah, he's going to be a mastersmith someday. Let me see the
I
set.
mean, with you teaching him, I'm not surprised if he's. I'll take it out and spread it out on. Is there a table in front of me?
Yeah, they're working on a low work
Spread
table.
it out.
He takes the hammers out and kind of tests them against the wheel of his hand. Looks them over, checks them for straightness of the handle. That's fine work. Looks lovely. He fits it back into the soft leather outer, which is I didn't really describe it very well. It's a very soft, very fine, light leather. It's almost like a saddle leather, very pale, and supple.
Mm.
There's just one thing to do then, and he reaches into one of his pouches at his side and pulls out a what looks to be a circular bit of metal with some kind of symbol on it. He grabs a iron rod from the wall next to him and screws the bit of metal onto it, and then walks over to the forge and plunges it into the fire. Just waits for a few beats while it heats,
Wait, sorry, what did he put in the fire?
This circular bit of metal. It was like this big.
Okay.
It looked like it had a symbol carved in it. Or not carved in it. It looked like it was made into the shape of a symbol. And he pulls it out and it's red hot. Walks back over to where you guys are. Flip the set over for me, will you?
Yeah. Flip it over.
He takes it in his hands and kind of lines it up, makes sure it's straight, and then presses down onto the leather, and you hear crackling and sizzling as the brand set into the leather. As he pulls it away, the acrid smoke drifts away from the set of tools, and looking down onto the set, you can see about this big, the same size as the brand was, a symbol of Onatar. It's got a circle in the back with the crossed hammer and tongs, but there's something different with this one. Coming out from the circle in the back at kind of the top right and the top left are two sets of horns that look very similar to Hezrian's horns. He takes the set, flips it back over, rolls it back up. These are for you. Figure you need a right set going out in the world, dealing with Onatar. If you're ever going to be a master smith, you're going to need a good set of tools.
All right. Wait,
What? Yes, they're yours.
these are mine?
Yeah.
Real talk? Dang, that's fine.
I've been working on them since that first day you were here in the forge.
Yo, yeah, I really appreciate that.
It's really cool.
This
with
is
the
really
horns and everything.
This is amazing.
I'm glad you like them, and I figured that would be a good way to personalize it, adding one of your distinctive features to the symbol of our god.
That's cool.
Sometimes I have a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys
I
stopped
agree.
by. I was worried I wouldn't be able to give it to you before you left, so I appreciate it. Now you've put the work of your hands into it, it'll mean more.
Yes, sir. Much appreciated. Thank you so much.
No, told her, I'm gonna like buy and sell a bunch of stuff, I think. But how many temples of Onatar are there
In Shador or in the world?
in the world?
God, I don't know. We're in contact with at least 3 others, one in Eventide, one north, just south of questions I wasn't expecting. One sec. Just south of the Bay of Balderan.
I just don't want. In my time, I never found a temple of Onatar, except for like a small shrine. But I just wanted to see if there were like any other big temples.
Big temples. You're looking for the main temple, the big one.
This isn't the big one.
No, this is just
But
a normal.
look how big it is.
The big one is I forget where it is. I only went once when I was younger. It's in the north of Faerun in the mountains. Massive it is.
Pretty sure Faerun is where I'm from. That's where we're from, right? Hezrian.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Time Enter is in Faerun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Word. Huh.
North. Okay. I gotta find that then. Jeez.
We gotta find that.
Yeah, it's impressive. The forge is, I mean, it makes this one look like a little baby oven.
Baby oven.
Okay.
You'll have to make a pilgrimage there one day. I know you haven't been following Onatar your whole life, but it's kind of a rite of passage.
Definitely have to do that when I get back home.
But you can always
Right.
come back here. Your first temple is always special. You're
Yeah,
always
it
I mean,
is.
I hope I can come back here. I don't really know what's about to happen with this dragon, so. Or, like, because we're on the path. Okay. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, it's a lot.
You mentioned that. I'm sure you'll be fine. With Onatar at your back, there's little that can hold you back.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, thank you so much for everything.
Yeah, thanks again, Toldir.
Stop by if you're ever in the area. It was
Yes.
great meeting you both.
The pleasure was
Wait,
all mine.
Toldir, what is your last name?
Thaldir.
Toldir Reindeer.
Toldir Reindeer. Yep.
There are downsides to having like
Oh.
a giant document as opposed to smaller
Yeah.
ones. Ulfrek.
Ulfrek.
Yeah.
Toldir
Oh.
Ulfrek.
Yep.
Okay. I just want to like know, so if like when I go back to my time, if I can find like you, if you're still there, I don't know how long it's been, but or maybe your family.
Sure. Maybe I'll mention to my kids and their kids that someday a dragonborn and the tiefling might come looking.
You should definitely tell them. But don't tell them what color I am because I don't really know how this
Right,
is going
with
to
the
progress.
red.
I'll either be blue, black, or red, or all of it.
I won't mention colors then. I might be just give you a name.
Zephyr.
I know that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
All right. Well, best of luck to both of you. I'll get back to Alec and his journeyman training, and we'll see how we get on.
Good luck with that.
Thanks.
You guys say your goodbyes to Tholdir Ulfrek and
See you later, Ulfreckle.
make your way out. Meanwhile, Kalora Tea Leaf,
Yes.
you have been sitting and channeling your energy into this patch of earth for 7 hours and 59 minutes. It doesn't really take a lot out of you doing this. It's almost invigorating. You feel the energy coming out from your hands and into the earth, but you also feel the energy coming from the earth and the air and flowing through you and using you as a conduit to enrich and empower the soil. So in a way, when you reach 8 minutes or 8 hours and the spell fades and ends and the dirt around your fingers once again solidifies, it's almost disappointing because it felt like you were more in touch with the earth than you are when you're just walking around. But when you kind of come out of it, and you've been really focused on this very small patch in front of you as you've been casting the spell, you look around and there are 6 or 7 dwarves right behind you, just kind of like staring at the earth around your feet. And a few more a little bit further away that are also kind of just looking around. And as you pull your hands out, looking at your fingers, where once was dusty brown soil is moist black soil full of nutrients and just
I eat some.
it tastes like nitrogen.
Fresh.
It's rich, beautiful soil. Some of the
Hi.
plants that were in the area, the mushrooms already look engorged a bit. The potato plants, the flowers that come off of them have bloomed and are all there. The dwarves just kind of, as you kind of look up and turn around,
Hi.
you can see the older dwarven woman is one of the people who is nearby looking at you.
See? I told you.
Aye, you did. So
What did you do?
Well, I channeled the Earth Mother. Have you ever heard of her?
Aye.
I know she has that really pretty cherry blossom park in the town. It's my favorite thing here. Anyway, I just kind of like reached out to her and I said, please, please, let's enrich this ground and make it so that the people and the dwarves here can plant their goods for a year without any issues.
I mean, we were just watching, and it was like a circle out from you. The soil just got darker. It was almost like we just watered it all.
Wow, I've never actually had anybody watch me during that, so that's really cool to know.
And then the mushrooms got bigger, and the potato blossoms bloomed. And
Well, good. That's what I wanted. That way you and your families won't be as hungry, and I'm sure the Temple of Ilmater will continue to help feed the poor, but maybe this can revitalize the town and its produce for a while.
I don't know what to say, but thank you.
No thank you is necessary. The town has been very kind to us while we've been here, for the most part. Most people. And yeah, we just wanted to make sure that it is. We'll be leaving soon, my friends and I, and we just wanted to make sure we leave this place better than we found it. Okay, I'm gonna go now.
All right. They're kind of just dumbstruck a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So you make your way out and head back to the Mightside Inn. Not getting
Actually, I want to go to the Temple of Ilmater because I don't think I got a chance to tell him.
Okay.
I just want to tell him that, we don't even have to role play this. I just want to go up to him and say, hey, I've enriched some of the crops, so hopefully the poor of this town will be able to eat a little bit better, and the dwarves will have their food.
Okay. Yeah. Yosef thanks you profusely as he did the others, and in a similar ritual to the one he performed on with your friends, in which he gave them a point of inspiration, he flogs himself a bit and takes on some of your pain. You can take a point of inspiration as well.
I know that you did that for your god, and thank you, but does it hurt?
I'm quite used to it after so long, but
Can I I'm gonna walk around. Does he have scars on his back?
Oh, you look at his back, and he's wearing robes, but the robes are shredded at the back, and he is bleeding. It doesn't look like it's particularly deep wounds or painful. Well, they're certainly painful because there's rins in his flesh, but they're not mortal or even particularly damaging. He does have a spiderwork web of scars up and down his back.
I just kind of touch them and cast Cure Wounds. Thank you, but I don't want you to be hurting.
It kind of comes with the territory. My God expects me to take on the suffering of others, and sometimes by preempting that suffering, I can mitigate future suffering.
That's really interesting. Do you know if Ilmater and the Earth Mother are friends?
I don't know. They seem like they would get along.
I think so. That's who I worship, by the way. So I'm going to tell her to look out for you guys, too.
Thank you. And thank you for your help with the dwarves.
Of course.
There are few in this country that need it more.
Well, have a good night.
You as well.
And I head back to the tavern.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I need your final activities in the city of Mightside for this period of time.
I'm not doing shit.
Okay.
I know Nathan wants to sell stuff.
Yes, Nathan, what are you selling?
got a good amount of stuff.
Okay.
So, I probably just want to sell it all if I can.
Okay. You can easily sell everything at 40% total price.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm gonna sell my great club is worth nothing. I'm gonna sell it or give it away. It's worth 0.2 gold, so whatever.
0.2 gold?
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody will give you a copper for that.
Okay. Got 2 javelins.
Okay. You can sell those. Actually, we'll say 50% full retail for selling things. So if you want to sell anything, just put 50% of the gold from selling it in your inventory.
That's not I'll sell my mace.
Okay. 50%.
It's worth 5. So
Mute, baby.
2.5. Also have a pike that's worth 5. Sure, I'll sell that.
This is true of anybody, by the way. If you need to sell anything in Mightside,
That's
50% of the value you can put in your inventory when you remove the item.
I sell Tito.
It's not worth anything. It's too small. You know, you couldn't even get meat prices for
I
it.
guess I'll sell my great axe too. That's worth 30, so I'll get 15.
Okay.
So I'm at 20 and a copper.
DM, was it just this? No, okay, so we did the ceremony with Aluharat and everybody, and then we slept,
Yes.
and then we woke up and I went and did this. Okay,
Yes.
so I would have reattuned to the Wand of the Woodlands last night because
Okay.
I had given it to Narfaran, and then I'll roll for its charges and stuff.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
If I can just go ahead and sell stuff, I won't do my 50 gold, Michael. So if anybody else needs to do 50, that's free. I'll just sell my hand crossbows.
I think he's at an even 300, aren't you, Michael?
If there's I didn't realize I had as much as I had, so I would up mine to 100 if necessary.
Okay, so
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep
not
my
do
50.
reads and just do 100 of Colores.
So did you say it was half of what the thing is worth?
Correct.
Okay, cool.
That's up to a certain point. If you're selling something worth like 200 gold or more, then it has to be dealt with differently.
Yeah. I wasn't going to sell anything that expensive anyways.
I didn't think so. I just want to make sure.
Okay, cool.
I've got this Morning Star, which I have not used.
The poison one, right?
Yeah, and it's loaded with poison.
Yes, it is.
Typically, Morning Stars are worth 15 gold. I think parting with my old god, I'm probably going to get rid of this Morning Star.
Okay. That one is worth significantly more than 15 gold. I would say with the poison imbued in it, you could probably sell it for normally around 150 gold, but you can get 100 for it here.
Okay, that's fine. I'll just sell for it. I'm looking for anything else, but that might be it. Anybody else?
Anything else people need to do?
Was that X party loot, or was that just something Nathan found?
The Morning Star was something Nathan bought.
Oh, okay.
I think I actually bought something else, and Brad bought something else, and then we traded weapons.
That, I believe, is what happened.
Okay.
You guys both bought weapons that imbue themselves with poison and stay poisoned for like 5 charges or something.
Yeah.
But they bought them in the Great Bazaar, actually, I think.
I also have another just normal Morning Star. So I could sell that one for like 7 gold because it's worth 15 or 6.
Yep.
Whatever, 7.
7's fine.
I'm just putting in this old-timey gold as Electrum. And I have some studded leather that is probably semi-used. It's normally worth 45.
You can get 20 for it.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm doing it in the additional. Oh, I'm not muted. Sorry, guys.
Tito is going to spend some time playing music. I'm going to roll a check for him because he's going to try to get some money. Actually, I'll roll it in D&D Beyond, or in Roll20. Why not? Wow. You see that roll? Oh no, I only rolled it for myself. Tito just rolled a fucking 30 on a performance check.
Whoa.
That's impressive.
Get some
Yeah.
gold.
He's going to be playing
Good.
in the center square of town, and he's going to get some money. Zafir, you're spending time transferring money, right? That's your big task. You're muted.
I wanted to sell as well, but I did mine. It was 160 gold pieces at 50 value.
Cool.
I did just want to see if I could find someone selling a. I'm looking for a bag of holding.
Bag of holding. Interesting. I'm going to roll for that to see if that happens.
Do we have somebody in the group that has one right now? I can't remember.
No.
Nathan has one, or
Wait,
Cole
does-
has one.
I do, yeah. I have
Oh,
a bag.
you do. Okay. 2 percentage points off. You do not find a bag of holding, unfortunately. There might be opportunities for shopping in the next town.
Okay, then I would just, after being unsuccessful with that, I would buy some steel.
Okay, easy enough. There are 20 steel ingots available for purchase. Call them at current market prices, 1 gold, 5 silver each.
So 30 gold. Cool.
Wait,
I'll
for
take
all
all
of them? Yeah, 1 gold, 5. Yeah, 30 gold for all of them.
Cool. I'll take those. And that's it for me.
Cool. Hezrian, Logan, Lex, B-Rad, Reed.
I'm all good.
Yeah, I sold a bunch of weapons.
Okay.
Let me check, make sure how much it was. It was like 80, I think.
Just flooding the Mightside market with dangerous and powerful weapons.
Yeah,
I
they're
like.
about to
Nice.
market crash. That's 80 gold. How much
Okay.
I made. So, yep. Cool. Yeah, and to go back, if I didn't realize that we weren't going to be staying here very long, so instead of going to the tower, can I just say and just make things easier on
Sure.
quickness of everything? Cool.
I can't hear you, Mel. It's like your microphone is not working.
I want to find some kind of poison that I can dip my darts in.
Poison. Okay, so you want to go see Gisela. I mean, if you're looking for potions or poisons, you're going to have to go see Gisela. And if you're going to go see Gisela, that's got to get role played.
Does anybody else want to go see Gisela with me?
I might. I'll
Or
come
does
with-
anyone have poison?
I'll
I'm pretty
come-
sure we have poison.
I'll come with you. I don't have any more poison. Unfortunately.
Let me look. I might have some.
Usually you need like specific type of poison that's like dippable, because otherwise it'd just run off the blade or the tip.
Or a weapon that
Has a poison cache. Yeah.
No, but
Oh, so I can't just like dip my darts.
you can coat certain poisons on weapons. That is a thing.
I know how to make some poisons.
You should be able to do that before we leave.
Also, Matt, I wanted to copy over a shield spell.
Theoretically.
Okay, so you want to buy 50 gold worth, or no, shield is a level 1 spell?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'd want to copy over, you'd want 100 gold worth of fine paper and ink, and 2 hours?
Should just be 50. 50 gold
I think it's
per
50 for a cantrip and 100 for a level 1 spell.
You can double check me. I don't know.
Is it less because it's a school? Is it your school of magic, Nate?
No, I just looked it up on D&D Beyond. Per level plus 2 hours.
Yeah, I thought cantrips were considered the first level, and then a level 1 spell was 50, but I'll check. No problem. You can definitely do that.
I don't know. I already have 50, so if I can avoid purchasing another 50,
Okay.
I'm gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? So like I've already got 50 pages, which is depending on how. Just let me know if I have to spend the extra 50. I will. But that's it.
No, okay. Yeah, I'll say, no, it's just 50 gold. You're good.
I'm just gonna take those out now.
And it's just fine ink, because you've got a spell book.
Oh, I also have ink, or fine ink,
Yeah.
Ink pen.
And the material components of the spell, which is also
Yes.
included in the cost.
Cool.
So are you guys going to buy poisons, or are we making poisons? What's the plan?
I would go to Gisla's with you if you wanted to go, just to see what she has.
Is there anywhere I could find another simple weapon?
I can barely hear you, Melody.
Yeah, I can't really hear you.
I
Sorry,
can't
keep
hear it all.
forgetting to push my microphone back up to my face. Is there anywhere nearby I could find like a simple weapon or short sword?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to buy a short sword? I
kinda?
will give you the
I don't know
price
if I want a
once you-
short sword.
You can have my short sword. I have extras.
All right, thank you.
Easy enough.
You had asked me like last week, I had like 3.
I don't know. I've been wanting to find something else to use in addition to my quarterstaff.
And these hands.
So, does anybody want to go to Gisla's?
Absolutely.
Firebolt wants to go?
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay, come with me. I want to see what
I'll
she
go
got.
too. Do we have any money?
I have money.
Did you make it already?
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to say Zafir has already made the money at this point. It only took 3 hours, right? 4 hours.
Oh, did Zafir did you make our money too?
Cool. So you make your way into the Great Bazaar, walk to Gisla's tent. She is there as she ever is. You see one happy customer who seems to be a housewife is walking away with a small red potion as you approach.
Have we seen that potion before? Seen anything?
I mean, you might have seen it on her cart, but you don't know what it is.
Okay.
Claribold, I didn't think I'd see you again.
Oh yeah. I'll be back. Don't worry. You ain't getting rid of me yet.
Oh, I just meant so soon. After your ultimatum.
Yeah. Well, I got to leave and come back for that one to work.
Sure.
We're just preparing.
You have the look of people who actually want to buy something for once. I'm shocked.
Oh yeah. I think. What are you guys looking for again? I'm just here for the fun.
I was looking for some kind of poison that I could coat my darts and crossbow bolts in.
Poisons, indeed. And you brought this one with you. I'd be surprised that he's okay with illegal activity. I've got poisons. What are you looking for? Something you can coat something with, I'm assuming.
Yes.
How much do you have to spend?
Depends on what you've got.
Well, in terms of things you can coat things in, they have to be a bit more viscous. I have drow poison, oil of taggart, which is useful as well, purple worm poison, serpent venom, even some wyvern poison if you've really got deep pockets.
What do they do?
They hurt.
That's the goal.
Some of them do extra damage. Some of them just make someone feel quite ill.
What would be your most damaging one?
That would by far be the wyvern poison.
How much is that one?
One vial would be, let's see, 1,200 gold.
I'm looking for something a little cheap.
How much is a little?
Quite a bit, actually.
Serpent
I don't
venom's
need
only
anything too
200 gold pieces.
fancy. What do you have under that?
Under that, I have some that are poisons you could sneak into someone's food that's cheaper.
You know what? I'll think about it. Cole, what did you need?
I was just wondering, like, what kind of magic items you have in as of recent. Maybe a rarity that I would not be able to get somewhere else.
Now, Cora, you know I sell potions, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. The potions. That's what I meant. Potions, not magic items. Sorry.
I have most potions you could possibly want. You'll have to give me an idea.
You have a potion of flying.
I do actually have a potion of flying. It's not cheap.
How much is that?
Potion of flying would be a... What level spell is fly?
I don't know. Third.
Somebody check that for me.
Yeah.
I can do it. I'm sitting at a computer. That is a 3rd level spell. That's 450 gold pieces.
So that means, would you have a potion of haste?
I do have a potion of haste.
Also,
She plucks out a small orange vial.
450 as well.
That's a 3rd level spell, right?
Yeah.
450.
Okay, so here's the thing. I only have 300.
Right.
But I have 200, but I have some acid.
Are you saying you'd like to haggle?
Yeah. I've done some work for you, you know.
Give me your best shot. Impress me.
Not about impressing. Look, I have 200 gold, and I have 2 bottles of acid that are from my world, probably more potent.
Don't know about that. What sort of acid? Where'd you get it?
Here, take a look. They're just normal bottles of acid.
Do you remember where you got it?
No idea.
Okay, because I think you actually got it from a creature, which might increase the value. I'm pretty sure you sucked it out of something, but I don't remember what it was.
I tend to do that.
Was it not the death bloom that you guys fought?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't have a note on it. So.
Or no, that was just that bottle of shit you had for a while.
Yeah.
That you were just shoving random stuff in.
Yeah, that was like poison, but
yeah.
I use that. So.
Okay, so you just tell her that it's an acid and 200 gold. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Okie dokie. My bone dice. Bring me good luck. Oh, no, not so much. That's a 5.
She takes one of the bottles or the small vials of acid from you and pops the cork. Just drops a tiny drop, like less than a drop, out onto the wooden table, and it just fizzes a little bit. You can see like the varnish beginning to peel off of the wood. I might be able to do something with it. 275 and the acid, and you have a deal.
All right. Well, sorry. I can't make it happen. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. I'm always here.
Yep. Parable, do you need anything?
No, I didn't want to interrupt you, but as that conversation was going, I just kind of want to look at Gisela, see if she's, I can tell, like, maybe she's been somewhere, because I know one time it was almost like she was in a battle when we approached her, so I want to see if she's worse for the wear this time.
Make a perception check.
Ooh, 10.
10. It's hard to tell. The physiology of cat people is not necessarily your forte. And it's hard to tell based on the way she carries herself, if she's hurt, if she's recently been fighting, or even if she's got sore muscles. It's just hard to say.
Okay.
Nate, go look at my text.
Oh yeah. As I'm walking away, I guess we're good to go, right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'll see you again real soon, Gisela.
Matt, can you? Okay, I'm just gonna link this. I don't know
Okay.
if this means that they can. It doesn't say that they know that I tried this afterwards, so I'm wondering if I can do it.
Yeah, what's the spell?
It's extract name. It's on roll 20.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see that has anything to do with them knowing.
All right. Yeah. Just as I'm looking back, I'm going to try to extract name on Gisela.
Okay. One sec. I got to roll for her. I got to get her character sheet up.
Not a very high DC. It's a 13 Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah.
Is that Unearthed Arcana, Nate?
It's Onomancy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Actually, could I try to cast Bane on Gisela first?
I think she would know if you cast Bane on her. That's more of an offensive thing.
No, never mind. Yeah, if I could. No, I don't speak the truth. Never mind. I can't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure she would know.
Yeah. Might not be best to piss off Gisela right now, but who knows? It's up to you guys. Nat
Bet you won't do it.
17. Let's see what her
So she already saved
total
us.
is.
I mean, unless it's like -4.
I don't think it is. Yeah, 18.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, I tried. And that's all I want to do. And Mightside.
Okay.
What did you try and use?
Extract name.
Extract name. Gotcha.
Final call for Mightside activity.
Nate, I can spot you some gold if you want for the potion.
No, it's all right. That's cool. I just was kind of curious to see if she was like, "Oh, Core, I have something you might like," or something, you know. But anyways, yeah.
Are you sure? I don't mind.
No, I'm good.
Oceans of Potions, just so you guys know, I think I already said this before, it's literally just a conduit for you guys to buy potions. She can make any potion that exists in 5e. So that's all that is, really. Except for, a front for the Thieves Guild. Cool. So, friends and adventurers, having completed your activities in the city of Mightside, you all once again meet under the now familiar roof of the Mightside Inn. It's getting late-ish after Kalora's 8 hours. It's around 6 o'clock. You guys have a wonderful dinner at the Mightside Inn with plenty of delicious stew, which you've come to realize is really Cosmoros's only specialty. And as much ale and fire whiskey as you can drink. Knowing a little bit about your activities, Cosmoros understands that this might be one of the final times that he sees you and treats you to the evening. After dinner, you're all together, sitting around a table in a semi-crowded inn at the tavern on the bottom floor. What would you like to do?
Fuck out of here.
Well, I guess we need to discuss how we're getting out based on your guys' conversation with the wizards, right?
Yeah.
Or we'll revert to the party's general opinion.
Huh?
Core doesn't care. He's like, whatever works for anybody.
So just to make sure I understand it correctly, they were saying that they can teleport us to a day outside of Portside, but if they do that, they have to break up because of the size of our party.
Yes.
So it's possible based on teleportation that we could end up in slightly different areas.
Correct.
Or we take horses to Portside, then we board a ship and head to Stale.
Yeah, it'll add like an extra week and a half to your journey going by horse rather than teleportation.
So what do you guys think?
I mean, I'm down to just go by horse because that's going to be another week that we can get another acid resistance potion.
That's what I was thinking too. Just wait another week.
I think it's
travel.
too risky to teleport,
I'd rather
even
just
though
not
it
get
saves
separated.
time. But yeah, that could, I mean, even just teleporting and getting separated could add a few days of finding each other to it, you know? So.
Yeah.
So,
If you're in for a
horse,
horse,
yes.
raise your hand.
Raise your hand.
You guys
All
can
right.
fly.
Horsey.
Mary,
Can
you fly
raise
now?
your hand.
Huh? What'd you say?
Mary, you can
But
fly
you
now,
can't
right?
fly at all.
I can fly. Finally, I can fucking fly. So actually, DM, for most of the time, I spend all of my wild shape while we're traveling, you know, to just be a bird.
Hopefully you don't get struck by lightning.
You
You
guys
know,
have horses.
that's fine. I fly.
Are they going to give us horses for
Are
the journey?
they running horses or just walking horses?
I don't think the wizards are going to need horses.
I don't need a horse.
So are the wizards going to teleport themselves there and wait for us? Is that what they're saying?
Probably.
You haven't spoken to them.
Okay. Does somebody want to message them and we can get them in on this conversation?
Yeah, I'll pull up my cell phone. Text them up real quick. Have a FaceTime call. Sorry.
Yeah, I sent a message. Who do you want me to message?
Why don't you message Aluharad and then tell him we'll go in the morning. So tonight we can just enjoy these festivities and the send off and all this good stuff because this fire whiskey is really good.
Can someone not drunk tell me what to say?
I'm telling you, listen, and then just say we're gonna take some horses and we're gonna go to Portside. We're gonna take a ship and then we're gonna get to Stale. Huzzah!
Yeah, but like we have to find out if they're traveling on weekends.
You could ask them how we're getting the horses
Yeah,
and then how
where are
they're
we getting the
there.
horses at?
I would ask them those two things: how to get the horses and how they're getting there.
I mean, or we could just ask them to come here and we can all
Yes,
figure
I'm
that
just gonna
out
ask
via
them
not
to-
a message.
I'm just gonna send a message to allure her ad and say, "Are you available to meet? We are trying to figure out travel arrangements."
Sure, we'll head on down.
Okay, so they're just gonna come here, you guys.
Sounds good.
Don't you guys have horses? Don't you have a cart? Or was that?
That was back in the other world.
Daggerford,
I
yeah.
have a giant horse. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Iluharad and Atior walk in the door of the Mightside Inn, both in traveling cloaks, hoods up, faces obscured. Notice you and come sit down. Atior kind of clambering up into one of the chairs, and Iluharad just stepping over and sitting on the bench next to you. We're leaving tonight, then.
We're trying to figure that out.
All right. So you had questions about horses?
Yeah, so like, are you guys going to ride with us to Portside?
Yeah, we were going
We
to travel
all
with
take
you.
horses.
Where will we get the horses?
Well, Atior has a pony, and I own a horse.
Do we need to go get our own horses?
That might be recommended.
I didn't
Are
know
there
if you
any
guys
other
had
kind of mounts?
Unless you have any other kind of mounts you can take. I know certain magical.
Kalora can do a spell.
I can do a spell, but
She's going to
I'm
be
trying to.
flying.
I'm figuring out like how long of a journey is it to Portside?
It's like a week and a half, right?
It's going to take us about a week and a half to get there.
That's a lot of spell
If we
slots.
travel normal speed, not pushing it. We could get there in a week if we push it.
Yeah, let me go look at my. How many of us are there now?
10. Or
10 of
9.
us.
Plus, well, no, they'll take care of themselves.
They have their own
Yeah.
shit. So there's 9 of us. I mean, yeah, I
No,
have a
it's
spell, but it
10, right?
only lasts for an hour, so it's not really suited for long travel.
Yeah,
Just
I mean, I'd say we probably look at buying
Our own horses.
horses or other rideables, because I can't
And
think of the
then,
real words.
I mean, Matt could, like, in theory, like, I know Core, B-Rad, and Zafir are probably going to have their own horses, and probably Claribold based on their weights and whatnot, but could, like, Lex and Kalora ride on the same horse?
Yeah, Lex and Kalora
just
could ride on the same
size-wise.
horse. So could Tito and
Tito
Logan.
and Logan. So we would, in theory, only have to buy 7 horses, unless everybody wants to have their.
B-Rad
their
needs
own
2
buy your own
horses.
mount.
You know.
Would it be more time if we bought another cart? Or would that be to have
I
everybody
think the
ride
cart
on?
would slow down the travel.
Would it slow us
Yeah.
down probably? Okay.
I mean, I can summon my own horse. I don't need to buy a horse.
All right,
Yes,
Flex.
the horses can run.
Usually my
It's
horse
just like a faster speed, like
So much bigger.
overall.
How much weight?
Yeah, you basically
Fine
use
speed.
draft horses to pull a cart, which have 40 feet movement, and you use riding horses
Riding
to
horses.
ride, and they have 60 feet.
60. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we'll have to go buy horses in the morning.
How does find steed work, Matt? Is it either? Does it matter?
You can summon either a war horse or a riding horse.
Summon a war horse.
Or you could do an elk, I think, or a mastiff.
Or a camel.
or
a camel.
hippocampus.
Yeah, or a hippocampus.
A hippocampus.
Okay.
Hmm.
I mean, how strong is this type of horse, right? If we're trying to figure out how many we need, can somebody ride with me?
A war horse could probably carry 2 people, like Shadowfax.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool.
All
I
right,
think a
so we
war
need
horse's
to.
movement is 50 feet.
How much are horses? How much have horses been usually? I can't remember.
Generally, if you're looking to buy a good riding horse, it's 75 gold pieces, somewhere around there.
Are there any other types of mounts sold in this city?
I mean, you could probably get a donkey or a mule.
No, I was thinking like something cooler,
Oh no, war horses do have 60 feet of movement. You could buy a war horse. I'm sure there's a couple.
Well,
They're more
whoever
expensive though.
wants to share a horse with me, I'm gonna try and fly most of the time, but I would buy a horse with you and split it, just in case I get
Hey.
tired.
Why are you splitting the horse?
I
I'm
don't
In
want
for
to
case we
that.
spend
get
a
hungry.
I'm gonna look
Ah.
for a warhorse.
I'm down for that because I don't have a lot of gold.
All right, so Narfrin and Kalora team up.
I can just walk. I have 50 feet of movement,
Spicy. I mean,
You're just gonna run the whole time?
right? I mean, it's just like a fast walk for me.
That's true. You could just run.
Just jog the whole time?
I'm just
Yikes.
picturing a Yeti going along 8 horses.
right, just like wow.
And you would use your action to move, right? So
Well, using your action to move is like a straight run.
yeah.
That's like when you dash. That's sprinting basically.
Yeah.
But
Just thinking, if it's 50 feet, I'm only moving one, like
you might get more tired than everybody
20%
else.
faster, right?
It's possible. You can certainly try.
It sounds dangerous.
Right. So does that mean I have to use a horse, or can I just like
What's your
go
movement?
40 feet?
Yeah, you'd have to
Walking.
have a horse, or you'd
Okay.
get left behind pretty quick.
Okay. Cool.
All right, Narfrin, I'll throw in 40 for the horse.
All right, cool.
DM, is it cool that we're just making this fast that we go to stables and we buy horses?
Yeah, that's what I was going to do.
Okay.
I guess
All right, so we buy a horse.
with me.
I did kind of want to know what
Yeah, for people that want specific mounts, that's fine. But riding horses, yeah, you can just buy a riding horse. So who's buying? Who's splitting? What's going on? We'll probably go to Logan, and if Logan doesn't want to split a horse, he'll go to Hezrian.
Huh?
you would have split a horse with Logan.
I was gonna ask, who are you splitting a horse with?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go more horse.
No, not you, Alexa.
Do we sit in the same one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, we'll do it.
yeah. I'll split a horse with Lex.
Okay, well, two people of normal size would have to
Oh.
split a war horse. You could both ride on a war horse, but you couldn't both ride on just a single riding horse.
Would that be cheaper?
No.
Oh, never mind.
All right.
Go pick your own riding horses.
I want to go meet the war horses.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you guys all everybody that's buying a horse makes the trek out to the stables, and it's over on the west side of Mightside, kind of in the more rich district. Those of you that just want riding horses are brought to the back, where you can select from a 20 different horses or so, basically giving you the choice of what color and gender horse you would like, so to speak. If you want a gelding, a colt, a mare, what have you, and you can pick whatever color you want. Those of you that want war horses are brought to a more grandiose section where there are individual stalls rather than just a bunch of horses in a corral. The horses are a good 5 or 6 hands taller at the shoulder than the regular riding horses. They are stockier. They're not quite Clydesdales, but they're close. They have big, thick, strong legs and much wider hooves. All horses will come with tack and saddle. The war horses are powerful and big. They have 4 separate war horses available. One of them is completely jet black from tip to tail, with very big, expressive dark eyes and a long flowing mane. There's one that is also completely black, except for its back right hoof has a sock that goes about halfway up of pure white. Same expressive eyes, came from the same stallion. There is a white warhorse with a short cut braided mane that has black spots over both eyes. And then the final one is a slate gray warhorse with kind of a medium length mane and a very long tail.
Can I go up to that one?
Walk up to it.
As
It
we
kind
head
of
to the stables,
shuffles back and almost rears a tiny bit. Sorry, Jamie, what were you gonna say?
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to say I would have summoned my steed as a elk-shaped warhorse. So, because I can have, you said I can have like a riding
Well, you
horse or a
you can
warhorse.
summon it as a warhorse with a warhorse stat block. You can summon it as an elk with an elk stat block, and you can summon it. So you gotta have to pick which one.
Okay, elk. Can an elk carry 2 people?
The elks that you would ride, yeah, I would say so.
Okay,
it's fine.
yeah,
They're big elks.
Cool.
I mean, fuck yeah, dude. You're still on an elk.
Yeah, that's fucking cool.
Elks are pretty big.
Yeah, you can tell the slate gray warhorse that you've just walked up to has quite a bit of spirit to it. The stable owner kind of steps up behind you. He's a little bit shy, but once you get to know him, he's got a lot of spirit. He just wants to run for days.
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals on myself.
Okay.
And they're all in separate stables.
Yeah, separate kennels. So you can walk up to one of them. But let's finish Zaffir's thing first. Zaffir, you just walked up to the gray one, and he just gave you that little bit of info.
But if I hear the animals saying to Zaffir, I want to know. You know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, that's why.
I also want to know if it says anything to me.
Yep.
How much would it be for him?
The war horses are all a standard price. They cost a lot to get in and to breed, and you can tell.
Yeah, it's fine.
Looking
How much
at them.
is it though? Like I know he's impressive. Like he's really cool.
They're 400 gold pieces each.
400 gold pieces each. And what does
Horse
that
kind
come?
of comes forward and is like sniffing around and near your bag. Core, you hear, wonder if there's any apples in here.
What else? What is included in the purchase?
Well, the war horses come with combat saddles, which is, you can see they're hanging on the wall over there. They're higher than a normal riding saddle, so you get more leverage when striking downwards. A normal riding saddle, you just can't hang on well enough to fight with both hands. But a riding saddle, they've got this high bridle, or the fighting saddles, they've got a high bridle and offer a little bit more protection when fighting on horseback. They're also just more finely crafted. It'll also come with about a week's worth of food. Those come with the riding horses as well.
And can you tell me about how old he is and his health?
He's a 3-year-old gelding.
How long are they supposed to live?
16, 17 years sometimes.
Okay, so he's pretty young.
They're very young. He's just about ready to be sold. He's quite spirited. He's got a lot of run in him, a lot of fight as well. He's been trained to not shy away from sustained combat. So say you're side by side fighting somebody, trading blows across the horses. This horse will try to bite the other combatant, try to pull him off his horse. But also if the other man falls from his horse, he's trained to trample him without you having to tell him to do it.
I just wanted to see if he was being honest with all that.
Okay.
Insight. It's going to be 22.
22. He is giving you an accurate representation of his product.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk up and be like, "Do you have any apples?"
The horse immediately looks at you.
To the guy, like standing next to Zaffir. Just go,
There's a tree out back in a pot that I grow apples for the horses in.
okay. I'm gonna head to the tree.
Okay.
I really would like to purchase him, but I don't think I have enough gold. I only have 200 gold.
Well, I think
if you have
200 is a
anything
bit
you
low,
need,
but your your friends are buying a lot of horses. I might be able to cut you a deal, especially if I'm selling more than one war
I
horse.
did also want to see if we could get just inquire in an extra running horse if we need to like have a horse to carry supplies but also keep up.
Well, let's figure out
I
your
want to
total
talk with
for
my
the
team about that.
riding horses, and maybe if you're buying enough riding horses, I can take some cost off the war horses for you. You look like you
I
need
mean,
a horse, so
I can always do some like magic stuff, or like I'm a blacksmith. I can make you something to make up for the price if you want.
the only
Like,
thing
if
we
you
ever
need,
really need is horseshoes.
yeah, I could make 100 gold worth of those shoes in like an hour.
You can see him like trying to do mental math on that. That's like 1,000 horseshoes.
I mean, give me 2 hours and I could make 2,000. Right.
I think we might be able to come to an arrangement.
Cool.
Let's
Let me make sure they're okay with it. Because, like,
Sure.
yeah, it'd be really cool for you, but I don't want
Core
them to be
comes
like,
back holding an
Zafar, you
apple.
like to make stuff too much.
2 apples. Core comes back holding 2 apples as you're having this conversation. The horses like watched you walk out, watched you come back.
I'm just gonna, without even looking at Zafar, just put it in his hand and be like, he said he wants an apple.
I'll take the apple and reach out to him. Not to Core, to the horse.
The horse, Nathan, you just get a sound, or Core, you just get a sound that indicates pleasure, almost like an internal neigh, if you will. The horse takes the apple with one bite, with his head is huge. Like, these horses are massive. And then kind of puts his head down closer to you as he's chewing, kind of presents the top of his head to you, Zafar.
Pet it. Core, can you talk to him?
Yeah, I can talk to him.
Can you tell him I say hello?
Hey,
Hello.
Hello, I am Core. What is your name, horse?
The master calls me Flint.
Flint. This is my buddy. His name is Zafar. He just wanted to say hi. Nay.
He will own me. It's a question.
Oh,
We will run.
you would run a lot if he owned you. Yeah. You like running.
Yes. And
I
apples.
don't really know if he answered any of your questions, but can you ask him if he likes the name Damascus?
I'll be like, he said his name is Flint, and I'm going into some other accent. He said his name is Flint, and he likes apples and he likes running, and
Can you see if he's like really into that name? Because I don't want Lex to try and kill my horse.
okay, that makes sense. Mr. Flint, horse. How attached are you?
Ask if he likes the name Damascus. It's a type of steel that's gray, Damascus.
How much do you like this name, Flint? Nay.
Master can call me anything he wants.
So you would be
I just want to run.
okay. So how about are you inclined to like the name Damascus?
That's fine.
I mean, I can keep thinking.
You're a good friend. And I pat him on the head a little bit. I said, he's fine with the name Damascus.
You hear the black horse in the other stall kind of muzzle over.
As long as you
What about me?
run. I have another horse calling me, though.
What are you saying, Core? You're just like making noises.
No, he says the name Damascus is fine, as long as you give him running and apples. Now I have to go. Yes? Hello?
You're going to take me as well?
I don't know. You're a big horse. Is this the black one was the biggest
The
one?
completely solid black one, which is also the biggest one, yes. They're all pretty similar size, but this one's just a little bit taller than the others.
What's your name, Mr.
Miss.
What is it?
Miss.
Miss. Oh, Miss. Yeah.
I haven't been named.
No name yet. Okay. To be honest with you, I don't really know. I can't promise you anything. I do like talking to you all. It's very nice. We're just gonna have to find out together. I don't know.
I like your fur.
Thanks. I like your fur too. You are very big and very strong.
Yes. And fast.
And fast. I break the apple in half and I give her half the apple.
She kind of like puts her head back for a second at getting only half an apple, but then takes it.
I just shove the rest in a pocket and walk over to the guy.
Okay.
And I'm like,
So that's a bit strange. Are you actually speaking to them?
for a second, I'm like, nay. Oh, I mean, yes, I was. Yeah.
I've heard of people being able to do that. What'd they tell you?
They're friendly.
Hey, Maria, can you call Piper and let her outside real quick? She's desperate for it.
They seem like friendly creatures. I don't think we're leaving till tomorrow night. I could offer this kind of gift to you, just working with you and talking to the animals and, like how they feel about, maybe this could change, maybe, feed me less on Tuesdays, things like that to help your operation. But I just overheard the gold amount, which I don't have enough for.
I think we said we were leaving the next morning, Nate.
Right.
By the way.
I'm saying and I have the rest of today to offer any services.
Oh, got you.
Through the animal talking. But I have 200 gold. I have 198, actually, to be exact.
I don't think it'd be worth that black one. She's quite the beast.
You know that dragon that attacked the whole city? We really just kind of need these horses to get there and track him down.
You're fighting the dragon.
Yeah, that's why we need the horses.
Right.
I know we don't have a lot of.
This is a lot. This is a lot of information.
He is telling the truth.
And you're talking to my horses. Right. Go ahead and both of you make a persuasion check, please.
Okay. I'm not very persuasive, but that's a natural 20.
Okay.
-1.
You're very persuasive.
18 total.
Okay. Right. Your friends are still going to buy riding horses, right? I need some actual gold out of this deal if you guys are taking so much of my stock.
Yes, we do have to buy horses from you.
All right, so with the horseshoes, 2,000 horseshoes, the 200 gold from both of you, and whatever your friends are buying full price on the riding horses, I can let go to the war horses for 200 each.
Well, and to be exact, it is only 198 from me.
That's understandable.
Okay. Okay. I hand him 198 gold, and I say, I'm just going to talk to the rest of the horses now.
I don't want to actually talk to them. Can you just get the general opinions about how things are going, I guess?
Yeah. Here's some quality assurance. You know.
Right.
Some,
I'm going to go lay down.
Some horse resources.
He just turns around and walks up.
Doesn't laugh at my horse resources joke.
No.
All right. Okay. Yep. I mean, I guess I'll talk to the white one that has the black spots on its eyes next.
The white one that has the black spots on its eyes. Okay. You walk up to that horse. It's about the same size as the one Zaffer has picked out.
I'm gonna break the apple into a quarter, so I have 2 pieces left. Hello, horsey. What's your name?
Piper.
Your name is Piper.
Yes, that's me.
Oh, how old are you, Piper?
4.
Still young and sprite. I pull out a quarter of an apple, and I hand it over, like hold my hand palm up, and as you do.
She eats it. Yes.
It's very nice to meet you, Piper. I will. Yeah, you are very nice. So, what do you? I want to get your general opinion on how you're being treated here. Do you like this? Your master?
I want to run more.
Run
And
more.
more apples would be good.
More apples. Run more. That's good. That's good. And have they trained you?
Yes, lots of training.
Do you like the training?
Yes, I'm very strong and fast, and I can fight.
And they make you feel good about the training. It's a good experience for you. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it was good talking to you. I will talk to you later now.
Okay.
I'll walk up to the one with the white sock.
Okay. The one with the white stock is a little bit stockier than the other 2 horses, the silver or the more gray one and the white one, but not quite as big as the fully black one. You approach. He kind of like gets up close to you immediately as soon as you get in. You're speaking to us.
I am speaking. Where's my? Yes, I am speaking to you guys. Sorry, I'm just not am new at talking to the horses. I hope I'm doing a good job. What's your name?
Salvan.
Salvan.
Like Salvan.
Yeah. How old are you, Salvan?
5.
5.
Yes.
You enjoy this environment with you and your master?
Very much.
You like it a lot. Enough apples.
Yes. And breeding.
You like breeding?
Yes.
Okay.
I have good blood.
Good blood. And are any of these other horses over here your children?
No.
Okay. Just making
My
sure.
children are sold to rich people.
Rich people? What did they look like?
Usually black.
Like,
And smaller than me.
yes, smaller than you.
But similar.
Huh. furry or no fur?
They have the same as me.
Claribald.
What?
Hey, come here. I got some questions.
What you need?
Hey, what's the best way to identify a bad guy to a horse?
I don't know. I mean, animals are pretty good with insight, right?
Maybe. Hey, Salvan, right? Did they seem like good people?
My children? They were all pretty young.
No, I mean the people that they were sold to, the masters.
Oh. I thought we were talking about my children.
Oh, no. I mean like the people that sell.
Oh, they were just fleshy things, usually pink.
I was so confused. Okay.
I was wondering when you were going to pick up that he was talking about the other horses.
They completely confused.
Yeah, it's fun.
I was like, what is he?
This is that interspecies barrier, you know?
Never mind, Claribald. I think we're in the clear. Okay, nice talking to you, Salvan. You seem hearty, and here's some part of an apple.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. Damn, so I got the one that's really fast. And
Well, they all said they were fast.
Yeah.
Notice. The black one is the biggest.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go up to the black one and be like, hey, what was his name again? Damn it.
Doesn't have a name.
Oh yeah, that doesn't have a name. Hey, how about you say we get out of here, yeah? Bud?
Are we going to run?
I think we're gonna run. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one I want. We don't have to roleplay
Okay.
that, sir. I'll tell him about how he should have the horses.
Yeah, I'll assume you go talk to the riding horses that you're not buying as well. Please give me the everybody that's buying a horse, tell me what color horse you're buying and if you're splitting it or not with somebody.
Brown and Grow with Kalora.
Okay.
And I don't know who
Red horse.
but I can share a horse.
Red
with
horse.
somebody,
Okay.
right?
More of like a
Somebody can ride me.
ginger color horse, but yeah.
Hell yeah.
Totally possible. I like it.
I'll show the elk.
You're going to share the elk with Claribald. Understood?
Perfect.
What?
Logan and Tito,
Oh.
I don't have
you're muted, Melody.
What colors are left?
There's whatever color you could possibly want. Basically, I'm letting you pick your horse.
Is there a gray horse?
There is a gray horse. It's almost silver looking.
Tito and I will take that one.
Okay, lovely. So go ahead and you can take, I guess Tito will pay 30 or 40 of that and you pay the rest.
Sounds good.
I'll take the 40 gold out of Tito's inventory. Everybody else?
Is it?
I'm in all white horse. Just everything's white.
I'm actually
Okay.
riding with
Sure.
Zaffer. I forgot who's getting a warhorse.
Okay.
How much was it, Matt?
It's 75 total. Tito paid 40.
I don't have enough of this kind of food.
Oh, I'll just pay the whole thing. It's okay. Made some money, you know, like playing some music last night. That We're the Champion song.
Awesome,
And
Tito.
this
Thank you.
drow woman was like so into it, but I did not have sex with her.
Good job.
Good job.
How much was the horse?
75.
75. Cool.
Tito has the stuff in the gold in his inventory as fake world gold, fake world silver.
Is it really?
That was all of Tito's gold.
Whoops.
Whatever. He's not here, so. And I did give him quite a bit of gold from that tipping. So Zafir and Core, just to role play the last bit of this, you guys go through the rest of the evening fulfilling your obligations to the stable owner. Zafir, you can go ahead and take whatever out of your inventory that you need to make 200 gold worth of horseshoes, which ends up just being a massive fucking pile of horseshoes after your 2 hours of prayer.
Cool.
He kind of walks you through the basic differences between owning a war horse and owning a riding horse. Riding horses are a little bit different. They get scared by things a lot more easily. They haven't been rigorously trained to do well under combat situations, and they also do not have the strength to wear armor. Your horses don't come with armor, but they do have the strength to bear armor. He goes over the types of armor they can wear, and also tells you the general commands you can kind of use with them, as well as the things they do autonomously. The things they do autonomously are when you're in side-by-side combat with another rider, they will try to pull the other rider off of the horse. And if the other rider falls from their horse, they will immediately attempt to trample it into the dirt. The other things are kind of like they can do trampling charges as attacks autonomously if you give them their reins, but otherwise you can kind of keep the reins in hand and control them throughout the fight.
Cool.
So Core, he also explains that naming a black horse before it's sold is bad luck. So you have the ultimate choice of giving this black horse its first name.
Yeah, I hate to roleplay anymore, but I do want to just ask the horse what it likes most.
Running.
Running.
And I like apples.
Okay. What's that dude's name? Sorry. I have a name for it. I've chosen it.
Okay.
And I will.
And Zafir, you're going with Damascus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hi, Piper. Nobody bought you. Sorry, kiddo.
I have a name. I am having trouble finding it.
Okay, that's fine. We'll
I
just.
picked the name. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. Just go. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay. So you guys finished buying your horses and not Piper. And
Liddell. That's the name.
Liddell. Okay.
Yeah. From Chariots of Fire. That's the guy's last name. The character's name. Eric
Gotcha.
Liddell.
And then I assume you go back to the Mightside Inn?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll say that we let the wizards know that we'll be ready to leave in the morning with them with our horses.
Okay.
I'll
Sounds
go
good.
find them.
Are you going to leave the horses at the stable, or are you going to take them to the inn with you and just tie them up outside?
We'll tie them up. I'll tie ours up, I assume, right, Reed?
Yeah, by the end it's
Tell
fine.
Cosmos to watch them.
Well, I'm taking mine.
You got it. All right. So you guys spend your final evening in Mightside, resting well. Most of you, though, thoughts of the upcoming journey are at the forefront of your mind, and there are some anxieties that go along with that, but partially you're just ready to see something new and ready to get one step closer to hopefully going home. The night is filled with strange, nebulous dreams that don't quite ever materialize into the real, and they're quickly forgotten upon waking.
I attuned to my hood beforehand. Or try to.
Nothing happens. You guys, upon waking, don't remember any of these strange dreams and the anxieties that went along with them fade into the morning light as it streams in through your windows. You head downstairs to another final meal with Cosmoros. He's prepared several roast chickens for Zafir and one for Tito as well. Plenty of eggs, potatoes, and other food of that kind. After you guys eat, I assume, do you send a message to Aluharad and Atior, or are you meeting them somewhere? What did you tell them?
Since Zafir was at the stables, I probably would have told them to meet us at the Mightside Inn at first light.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay, sounds good. So they come in and actually share breakfast with you, dressed in their traveling clothes, more so than just the cloaks they had yesterday. They are wearing both of those cloaks, but also they both are wearing riding leathers. Some armored elements to them, but being that they are casters, they don't wear a specific type of armor. But you can see Atior has a almost like a bandolier strapped across his chest that has vials of different liquids in almost like rows of bullets down his chest. And there are two plates, one at the bottom and one at the top, both round, circular and made of steel, that both glow slightly. Aluharad, when he arrives, is carrying a staff that is different from any staff you've ever seen him carry before. It's very thin and long, and is completely transparent. It looks like it's made of glass, completely clear, like glass. The cloak he has on is covering a robe that you can kind of see underneath his clothes that has a almost a silk element to it. And you can see slithering along little embroidered snakes kind of moving around his body. Also, you see attached to his belt, just tied with a rough, like circular knot, a small stone about this big that just rests there and vaguely emanates a grayish light. Noticeably, neither of them brought horses. Are we ready to leave then?
Yeah, but where are your horses?
We've got them. He reaches down into his pouch and takes out a small jade figurine of a what looks to be a riding horse.
Oh, I see. It comes out of that, doesn't it?
Indeed. Can't pull out any stops.
Okay.
He's been my companion for some years.
Does he have a name?
Yes, he does. His name is... Don't make fun of me. Ayun.
Ayun? Like the knowing mistress?
Right. It was meant to be sort of a joke. I was younger.
I like it.
Thank you. So you've bought horses and we're ready to go?
I think so.
Yep.
All right. Let's begin then. He steps outside of the inn, and Atior takes out a similar jade figurine, although smaller. It's a pony rather than a riding horse, and sets it on the ground. They both murmur incantations simultaneously, and the jade statuettes basically expand in size to the degree that they would be the size of a normal pony and a normal horse. Pony. And then the jade backs off and falls onto the sidewalk and then disappears. And the horse, a pure white stallion with a gray mane for Aluharad, and a just normal spotted white pony with brown spots for Atior. They climb up. You guys mount your
Just a moment.
What?
That was Siri. We're trying
thought
to
so.
get it to work.
What is that? Wow. Okay. Yeah, you all mount up and begin riding for the south gate of Mightside. Luharad kind of taking the lead, but then quickly realizing that he doesn't know where to go as well as Atior does. So Atior takes up the front, and you guys exit through the main gate of Mightside, riding through the front of the Dwarven Quarter as you go. Looking around as you guys leave the city, you do see a few people looking at you, a few people watching you go. Some of them with anxiety clear on their faces, others excitement or admiration, maybe. A few dwarves at the poorer areas of the Dwarven Quarter, the very hardest hit that some of you have visited, giving food and water and other things. You get a few waves, smiles from dwarves you've seen before. Some you don't recognize. You've helped a lot of people there, but they certainly seem to recognize you. You ride out of the southern gate, high in your saddles, ready for another adventure. Taking a left, you begin to take a less traveled road than the one you came in on. Certainly not paved in gold like that of the causeway you came in that the Heirloom Protectorate guard. Just rough stone and parts where stones have been removed, but you're on a new road, heading somewhere new. With that, we are going to take a quick 10-minute break, and we will get back as you guys start to travel towards Portside.
Woo! Woo! Sounds good.
All right, talk to you guys in a minute.
How long?
15?
10 minutes, so not 8:45, because I figure we only go till 11, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right, guys. So you leave the city of Mightside after what feels like forever, but has only really been about a week and a half. You leave the city walls behind you and begin traveling directly east. So you're never really too far from the coast. You do have to go south a little bit to stay along the road, but predominantly it's a directly easternly path. Just like, just like the path into Mightside, there are not a lot of forests, trees, cover, even mountains in this area. There are a few sparse hills, but the majority of the time it's just flat, boring expanse. So you spend a lot of the time talking to each other and sharing experiences, telling stories, getting to know Aluharad and Atior. You begin to understand them outside of the confines of the Enclave a bit. And you begin to learn that Atior is a lot more deep and wise than you might have first given him credit for. Being the kind of goofier member of the Enclave who helps out with the little kids and things, you learn that he's the second oldest member of the Enclave outside of Veronin, Veronin being the oldest at almost 800. Aluharad, on the other hand, is is the youngest member of the Enclave, and it does show a bit. A couple of you are actually quite a bit older than he is, and that's not even counting the ones of you that are from 2,000 years ago or whatever. he is brilliant, but he also knows it. He knows he's very smart, and that can sometimes be grating. He's never intentionally rude or mean, and in fact, you get the sense that he likes the lot of you quite a bit, and trusts you to a certain degree after the battle for the Veataris. But little things, the way he explains things sometimes just start to grate on you a little bit. So it's not that he's unlikable, it's just that sometimes, like anybody, he can get on your nerves. Your first few days of travel and nights are spent in this fashion, Tito occasionally playing music, and you all generally just enjoying being out in the open again after so long in the crowded city streets. At night, when it's time to bed down, Aluharad actually each night casts a spell. What the fuck? I just had all of my character sheets open and they all closed. One sec. See if I can get it back. There we go. In which he murmurs an incantation and throws a small fragment of stone into a nearby piece of ground. And at the point where the stone hits the ground, what looks to be a tower from a castle expounds upwards. Just normal gray stone, looks like it could have walls attached to it, but doesn't. It's 2 stories tall, and in this case, it's a square tower rather than a round one. He explains that it's a spell that he uses that kind of gives him access to space to work, to continue trying to craft the potions of acid resistance that you've asked. So each night, he asks if any of you would be willing to help, just to assist in holding things or mixing things. Would you like to? Lex, okay. So the way this is going to work is when he opens the door, you're greeted by a room not dimensionally different than the outside of the tower. It's around 100 square feet, so 50 square feet on each floor, with a ladder going up in between, full of alchemical equipment and different ingredients. There are dried herbs hanging from the rafters in the ceiling of the first floor. He's going to be making a check to see if he can successfully get along the next step towards brewing the potion. And you're going to make a check to see if you are able to give him advantage or not with your help. Okay?
Alrighty. What kind of check?
Well, the first night is going to be preparing ingredients. So he is, for instance, going to be grinding things up, handing you things to mix, things like that. So are you proficient with an alchemist's kit or a poisoner's kit?
Oh, poisoner.
Okay. So go ahead and make a dexterity check and add your proficiency modifier.
Okay, hold on.
It's going to be DC 16.
All right, gotta get it. So 25.
25. Okay, you successfully give him advantage. He's going to be making an intelligence check with his proficiency modifier added as well. The first night goes wonderfully successful. You manage to successfully prepare all the ingredients necessary to brew an additional potion. It can only be made one at a time because of the magic involved in imbuing the potion with its powers. The next night, after another day of riding, the same offer is given. If Lex wants to help again, she certainly can, or if somebody else wants to. So Lex will join him again. The second night is actually going to be preparing the liquid elements of the potion, the things that make it drinkable. So setting up amblemix, retorts, different chambers that collect condensation and purified forms of the liquids he's putting through the chamber. So what you're going to be assisting is actually setting up the equipment. He'll tell you where to put it. You've got to kind of adjust it and gently put it into place. This is actually going to be an intelligence check.
Oof. Okay. What do I gotta beat there?
Same DC.
Shit. Point of inspiration?
Yeah, you can use your inspiration if you want.
I mean, it's only good for what?
1 session.
1 session, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You do not give him advantage.
I don't.
He, however, rolls a 22, successfully completing the potion, halfway through, completing the next step of the potion-making process, I should say. Going through the equipment, he actually notices the error that you've made in positioning one of the glass tubes that acts as a collection chamber halfway through. So you waste a little bit of time because some of this was just dripping out and actually going down the bottom of the tube and collecting on the floor. He notices and then corrects it without being rude, but he does definitely explain exactly what you did wrong in no uncertain terms.
Well, now I have it memorized.
Yep, and goes through and fixes it. So you guys do successfully get through the second part of the potion making process. Now, the third day of writing is a little bit different, simply because today is going to be a rolling for an event day, but also your spirits are somewhat up, I would say. It's a beautiful sunny day. You can feel the breeze coming in from the north where the coast is. Kalora has been flying up in the air as an eagle all day, doing
A giant
tricks
one
and
specifically.
backflips and crazy things like that. You're all getting to know your horses better as well. So before I roll for the encounter, I would like to give you all the opportunity to role play anything you'd like to role play, and or get to know your horses, make any kind of ability checks you want, anything you would like to get done on this journey. Go ahead and let me know.
Anybody want to race?
That's an option.
Can I do a survival check to see if there are any
Me.
like monsters around recently or anything like that?
Sure. Go ahead and make a check.
I want to race.
Okay.
It's 18 on my survival check.
18. Okay.
Anything dangerous?
Looking around, the only real signs of wildlife you can find, you do see a few field mice that you've kind of been seeing the last 2 days going through and around the tall grasses nearby. You also find some tracks and fecal matter of what appears to be some variant of a goat. Hard to say exactly what, but don't really notice anything particularly dangerous.
Cool.
You guys going to do a race?
Talk
Absolutely.
to Zapper. Oh, sorry.
Okay, let's do their race real quick, and then we'll do that. Okay, so this is going to be contested animal handling checks, which is going to be a lot of fun. Who's racing?
Me.
I am. Well, I'm
Okay.
also gonna.
I want to race.
Michael.
So
Are you on
Tito
my-
and Logan, you guys are riding the same horse. So
In one
how
of
are
you.
you
Oh yeah, so I guess I have to race.
yeah,
What's up,
and
Ben?
I mean, you guys are going to be heavier being on the
Yeah,
same
but I'm in
horse,
Logan,
but only
I
slightly.
mean, us
It'd be
two
heavier
combined
than
is definitely not heavier than like Pharaoh.
Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
I am going to tell the horse that whisper in the horse's ear that this is the race.
Okay.
But
So
trying to conceal it from the other horses.
you got it. So you guys kind of trot up to the front of the group. Actually, also, can you guys give me a marching order? I'm going to create a blank space on Roll20. You guys can just move your characters where you would like them to be.
Be at the front, like tracking. And
Yeah.
and stuff.
I'm probably about 30 feet in front of the group as an eagle.
Okay, 1 sec.
Where are we? on roll 20.
Oh, shit.
I'm making a blank space right now. Deleting the Mightside in.
Oh.
Oof.
Forever.
Wait, I left my.
Forever.
Actually, it's not the Mightside in. It's the Calamest house.
Are
There you
we
go,
are
guys.
we still in like a like grassland pretty much? We haven't gotten to like any kind of forest yet. that
No,
kind of
it's
stuff?
all grassland as far as you can see here. Here are your characters.
Hezri and I are betting on this race.
Great, fantastic.
Who are you betting?
Yes, sir.
Atior will actually, if he sees this, which he's going to try to. Are you guys being sneaky about betting?
Do I
No.
notice their
No.
game?
Definitely.
We have no shame.
notice.
No shame at
He
all.
definitely notices. He trots his pony over. I'd be willing to bet.
All right, I got dibs on Cole.
Oh, come on. It's Taurus.
I pick Cole.
Fine, I'll take Tito and Logan then.
Oh,
You get Clarabelle.
Yeah, okay,
So
I'm fine
say
with that.
10 gold.
Okay, fair.
Do I hear this?
Not hiding it.
They're not hiding it. You guys are a little bit in front. I'll say go ahead and make a perception check. It's pretty low DC.
All right.
Who? Oh, them. Them.
I rolled a 17.
Yep, you definitely heard it.
Okay. Can I put 10 on myself? Can I gamble?
You can certainly try. It's not up to me.
I want to put 10 on myself, y'all.
So you kind of trot back to the group who's betting and
Yeah, I just throw 10 gold on the fucking ground. and then go back.
Who are you betting on?
Himself.
Can I see if I hear?
sure,
What do I roll?
perception. Guys, go ahead and move your characters on roll 20 to give me the
I'm
large
trying,
numbers.
but roll
Roll
20.
20
14.
is messed up for me. It's still kind of loading.
I'm at the front right here. If y'all want to get behind me at all.
The racers will be trotting up to the very front first, but then you can jump back down and join the marching order. Cosmoros is not there, unfortunately.
Damn.
Who can't grab themselves?
Me, I can't.
I don't know
Right,
if
let
I
me-
can or not, but it's
I
kind
cannot.
of still
This is
loading.
Hezri speaking.
Yeah, roll 20.
Hezrian, I
is
don't see you
super
logged
buggy
in
for me right
to
now.
roll 20.
Oh yeah, my computer's not working right now, so like I'm chilling.
Okay, I will move you, Hezrian.
All right, thanks, dog.
That's right.
Got it.
Roll 20 is being super weird right now. They won't let me do anything.
Okay, fuck it. Well, I'll figure that out.
I rolled a 14.
Okay,
Acting
yeah,
more
you-
like
you
roll
do hear it.
one.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it.
I don't want that. I don't want to play.
All right, where is
For me
the
and Tito.
start? All right, I'm gonna be
Okay.
up with Tito. Is Tito where the start of the race
So
is?
the pot is now 50 gold, which you and Atior will be splitting if you win, because you guys both bet on the same person.
I really should. Put it extra for myself.
Dang.
Who else racing?
That's Core, Tito and Logan, and Clarabold.
All right, where's the start of it at?
What do you mean?
Where should we? Where's the marching? I know you said marching order or something like that. Or does it even matter on the?
It doesn't matter for the race.
Okay. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, fantastic. You guys trot out to the front. Atior actually trots up with you, and I'm not going to race, but I figured I could give you the signal for go.
All right, I'm like hyping up Logan right now.
You're
I
what?
was like, all right, I'm hyping Logan up right now.
So Logan is going to be actually driving the horse?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And
Just to set some ground rules, because I assume that should be done, are we allowing the use of magic?
Fuck no.
No, hell no.
No, we're not doing all that.
Wait,
I'm hyping
wait.
her up.
My horse is magic.
Huh?
Right, but it's just a regular. My horse is magic too, but it's just
And
a
actually,
regular.
Regular magic
horse. It's a help.
Let's
It's an
just
help.
say just no casting anything on the horse.
Yeah, like
It
I'm
just
So you
called
can
my
cast
horse
things on
magic
yourself.
too.
So Tito could, for instance, inspire Logan just fine.
Maybe not.
Okay, so no casting magics, no using magics. It's just straight running your horses.
Yes.
All right.
At this
Fantastic.
point, would I have already talked to my horse? I would think so. Going
Yes.
up.
But you can make a sleight of hand check for me
Yeah, sure.
to see if anyone notices.
Me going, nay, nay, nay.
Just so you guys know, Kalora has no idea any of this is going on. She's just flying up in the air and scouting ahead. And
Definitely not. I got like a 7.
7? Okay, so you guys notice Core leaning very far forward in his saddle and has his hand cupped over the horse's ear and is just whispering in it.
When I'm walking. Sorry.
Hey, what are you saying?
This was before this conversation. While
Yeah.
we're walking.
So this was like as Atior was speaking, we'll say. You guys notice this, and then as Atior finishes his speech, you can react to it.
I want to just pick up a small rock and throw it at him.
At Core?
Yeah.
Off your horse. You're on a horse.
What do I have in my bag?
I have a stone in my bag.
I have a.
My bag is on the ground because I just want me and the horse on the.
Yeah, I thought about taking my bag off. Can we do that?
Bag off. Okay, bag on.
Are we just throwing all our shit on the ground?
Okay, you throw all your shit on the ground. Okay, let's not make this a 2-hour-long ordeal. And you get ready to race.
All right.
I don't know roll for taking my bag off.
Atior takes a. Actually, Core, what's the smallest thing you would have just thrown on the ground? Something around the size of an apple.
I would have left my bag before I got on my horse.
Do you have anything that's around the size of an apple in your bag?
In my bag?
Or any of you? Whoever can say
I
it.
have 4 stones that are probably about that size.
Okay.
Maybe a little bigger.
You watch as Atior casts a spell, kind of ranging towards Logan's bag, and you see something start moving in the bag, and then it runs. You see something come out of the bag and run up forward on tiny legs in front of the horses, and it turns around, and it is a tiny stone about the size of an apple with tiny arms and legs also made out of stone, and it puts its hand up in the air, kind of running backwards, and goes 1, 2, 3, go! And you guys all begin charging forward on your horses. Everybody, go ahead and
Can I
make
help?
animal handling checks, please.
Not me.
Tell me what you're going to do, and you might get advantage, disadvantage, or a straight roll.
All right.
What are you going to do?
I'm trying to like pat on the horse and be like, all right, like keep it calm, you know.
Okay. Okay. Logan, are you doing anything?
I'm relaxed. I'm holding on, and I am calm and encouraging the horse.
Are you gonna like go?
And yeah. I'll try to motion it to go fast.
My mom dated jockeys.
Clarebold, what are you doing?
So, because me and my
That's 20. Sorry.
it's like a bond of like I want to just have the feeling that this to me right now, in this moment is life and death.
Okay.
I want my steed to feel
Yeah,
that.
you
this
also
is
have a
the most
telepathic
important
bond with this steed, and it is unusually intelligent.
Yeah.
Also a fey creature, or what is your steed? Is it fey or celestial? What is it?
I honestly don't.
You get to choose. You research that and let me know later. But it's an unusually intelligent and telepathically bound creature, and you put that out into the world.
Okay.
Core, what are you doing?
Yep.
I'm going to look down and be like, Liddell, it's me and you. Run like you've never run before, buddy. Here we go. I'll give you some food afterwards.
Okay.
Shouldn't you always get
Clarebold, you can roll with advantage. Tito and Logan, one of you can roll with a straight roll. And Core, you also roll a straight roll.
Even though I'm talking to him in
I
horse.
rolled a straight roll. I got a 22.
Not
Okay.
Not 20.
Very cool.
Also got a
Cord,
nat
you
20.
could have gotten advantage by speaking to that horse, but you did not say the right
That's what I
thing.
did. I was talking to the horse.
I know you could have gotten advantage by speaking a different thing to him.
Oh yeah. Okay. I got a nat 20 now.
Fantastic. For a total of
19.
19. All right. Clairbolt?
I got an 11. How does inspiration work? Can I use my point of inspiration?
You can. You have
Nice,
to take
too.
the inspiration roll. Did you roll with advantage?
I did roll with an advantage.
Okay. Then you can just roll again.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just take it.
You have to roll a natural 20.
9. I rolled 11, 9, 9.
Okay. So you take the 9, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's fine.
So immediately as the race begins, Clairbold's horse trips a little bit. Maybe it was a little bit too much pressure put on it to run very well. The mental pressure of this being life and death maybe spooked it a little bit. Who knows? And it just slows a bit. It's still galloping, but it does slow. Logan and Tito just fucking truck ahead. It's almost like this horse was made. Core's horse, however, is a little bit taller and a little bit faster off the cuff, and they are very nearly neck and neck. Maybe Tito and Logan have a hand's breadth of a lead going into the next check. Go ahead and tell me what you're doing for your second check. Are you doing the same thing, or are you doing something else?
I'm doing the same thing.
Okay.
Maybe
straight roll.
Yeah.
I'm just doing the same thing, yeah.
19.
Jesus.
Clairbold, are you doing the same thing?
Yeah, except I want to,
roll better. Go for it.
Reinsure encouragement, saying, "Hey, we can
In the
still
middle
win.
of something.
It's always possible."
And Core.
Yeah, I'm going to just bear down and just be like, let loose, buddy. Just me and you now.
Was I rolling with advantage? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, just trying to get him to
We fucking lost.
to
Amy, use the dice that they gave you. What the fuck?
I'm just trying to get him to let go of anything mentally. I'm just like,
okay,
just calm down. Just me and you. Just run as fast as you can.
Make a persuasion check.
Do a good job. You got this, buddy. Persuasion. I'm also bad at that, but we'll see. Hey, that's a 16.
16. Okay. Roll with advantage.
Okay. It's a 10 and a 3, so it's a 10.
10? Okay. Logan and Tito, again, this horse is amazing, and it's like they have a telepathic bond with it, which is shocking because they're the only one who can't talk to their horse, and they gun forward. It's like it's just running on air, this horse. Clairbold, what did you roll?
An 8.
Your horse stops. It's angry with you for some reason. You get the sense, pictures in your mind that make you feel like it thinks you lied to it, that it was in danger, and now it's angry. Core, what was your roll?
It's a 10.
10?
11 minus 1, yeah.
Okay. You, after this first initial burst of speed, your horse, not used to having very complex ideas translated to it from a person that can speak language and use logic, kind of gets confused a little bit and thinks it's time to eat now, and slows down and is just like looking back at you with one eye, and you hear, apples? Final roll.
I'm going to say food after the race, buddy. Charge. And I'll see if he actually responds to that command as a warhorse saying charge. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to be encouraging our horse and be like, you're doing such a good job. You're doing great. You got this.
That's still just going to be an animal handling check because you can't speak horse.
I'm trying to.
I know.
I'm like smacking it. It's like butt basically because I'm in the back. Like, making sure it's like still going, you know.
Okay, so it's just a straight roll for you guys, but it's probably going to win anyway. Core, you don't have to roll.
19. Thank
Oh,
you, Michael,
yeah.
for these dice.
Clarable. Clarable, it's kind of a lost cause, but you can
Say,
still go if you want.
We lost the race, but there's this other horse over here. You are not a normal horse. That is a normal horse. We need to beat that horse right there.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
I don't even know why I used 22. I rolled a natural.
Okay. Your horse you can feel this power surging in your horse, or your elk, I should say. I'm going to call it a horse because, and the anger goes away, and a determination, a drive. You get senses of speed and wind running through from the visions that dance in your head from your elk. Go ahead and roll with advantage. Core, your horse surges ahead. As soon as it hears the word charge, its head straightens out and it just bolts as fast as it possibly can run. Probably faster than your 19 originally. It's not enough, though. You do not catch up with Tito and Logan. They are...
and 4. 3 and 4.
3 and 4. Okay.
Disgrace.
They are probably a full horse length ahead of you by the time they reach the point in the road that the small stone has stopped and is waving its little tiny arms. You unfortunately do not win the race. Tito and Logan, congratulations. You have successfully ridden a horse and beaten 2 people who could actually communicate with their animals in a race. Atior kind of goes, woo, as the race ends. Clarebold, as soon as your horse, which I think I need to have a name for, sees Core's horse cross the line, it plants all 4 hooves on the ground and stops, skidding to a halt. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
I really am playing We Are the Champions on my lute, by the way.
Fantastic. That's the song I said you played for all those tips at a 30, by the way. That's how well I know your character.
I'm going to do it again then. Keep it up.
Me making a deck save, right?
Mm-mm.
No, a 4 total on my deck.
Damn it. I rolled a 23.
Okay. Your elk kind of rears back a bit. It's not intentionally trying to buck you. You guys have a very tight bond, and he wouldn't do that to you. But he's frustrated and upset with himself. You can sense that he's annoyed that he didn't at least come in second to these regular horses, especially after you saying, that's a regular horse. You're special. You shouldn't lose. And now it's just mad at itself. And as you fall off the horse, you don't take any damage or anything, but it just trots away back to the rest of the group without picking you back up.
Fuck.
So you made it the prize.
I want to assure my horse that he is still the best. I am not disappointed, and his antlers look spectacular in the sunlight.
The image you get back is of the antlers themselves glittering in the sunlight, and you get the sense that he's saying, I'll be fine. It's just really fucking annoying.
There will be another race, buddy. Cool. And his name is Bernard Watkins the Third.
Beautiful. I love it.
Amazing.
All right.
Horse come with food?
Yes, they come with a week's worth of oats.
Okay. I'm feeding him some oats.
Okay.
Immediately afterwards.
Perfect. He is very pleased, although he does ask apples twice over the course of eating, if you can still understand him. There might be dried apples in a ration. That's possible.
Dried apples.
I go up to Atior, and I hand him my 10 pieces of gold.
I assume it's all
I
in a
say-
commutative pot, like everybody kind of put it into one space, that kind of thing, rather than everybody paying at the end. Because I think that's what we described.
Hey, I don't think Logan owes me anything anymore.
Never mind.
But he doesn't have it. You have it. You were the one who started taking bets. You have all the money. That's all I was saying.
It's fine.
Wait, so who bet on us? Was it just Logan?
I just
Logan and-
hand him the bag, saying, "Here you go."
Why, thank you. And he splits the money up with Logan and Tito as well. So he gets 25. You guys get 25.
Well, fuck. Good race, guys. That was a lot of fun.
Matt, well, all that going on, I would be trying to get to like bond, I guess, with Damascus.
Okay.
Just brushing him and like learning commands, the basic commands that he knows.
Sure. So you're basically like drilling with him, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like
like
okay,
relaxing,
do a
brushing,
trample, do the this, do the that. Okay. Just go ahead and make a general animal handling check.
Is this fake world gold? Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to use my inspiration as well.
Clairbold, what money did you put into the pot?
The money from my world.
Okay. So in that case, 5 of your gold is Eventide gold. Sorry, Michael, go ahead.
21.
21. Okay. You spent some time.
Animal handling is wisdom based. That's great.
Yeah, it is. You spent some time with Damascus, both riding and at his side while you're brushing and walking alongside, running through some of the commands. You don't try charge, especially after watching when Core actually used it, how rocket straight he went. You go through the basic commands of like trample, and he even has a command to lay down. And you can command for trot, gallop, canter, and you run through all of those. He knows them all flawlessly. In common, I assume you're trying in common, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The trample one is a sight to behold. When you say it, usually this isn't a command you'd have to use. He does this kind of thing automatically when a rider falls, but it's almost like high stepping, and as he puts his hooves down, his giant leg muscles just slam into the earth, and puffs of dust come off of the road as soon as he does it, and you almost imagine it cracking the cobblestones. It's looking at it, you can see there's a reason why war horses are worth the money. But you guys do definitely get through the drilling a little bit more comfortable with each other. He now kind of will occasionally come to you for just affection and that kind of thing. If you're walking alongside, he'll kind of rest his head almost on your shoulder when it's got a 50-pound head or more. So that's no mean feat. Cool. Anything else, guys?
Real quick.
Sure.
So is Eventide gold like is it neither the fake world gold or
correct?
Okay.
You haven't. Nobody's tried to spend it in Sheador yet, but it is not the same as the Sheador money, and it is not the same as your old world money or new.
Okay, so I'll make a new item real quick then.
Yeah, I have to do it for Atior too.
Items.
Michael.
Can I try talking to Clairbold's horse?
Sure. Do you try to speak to it as though it was a horse?
Yeah.
Or an elk, rather? You get no response.
An elk, yeah.
It doesn't seem to have any flicker of recognition of the voice or the language.
Biting your nails.
All right, I'm going to say in common, what is your name? I still have comprehend languages, or I'm
Right.
comprehend languages.
Clairbold, in your head, as Core is talking to to Bernard, was it Bernard?
Yes.
Any
Yes.
language, I'll be able
Talking to Bernard. You hear in Bernard's interesting way of emitting pictures as language, and it kind of just turns into words. Tell him I can understand him, but I can't talk. I can only really talk to you.
Yeah. Hey, he doesn't really talk back.
Okay.
But he understands you, and I want to say, or I want to communicate to Bernard. I was like, just bite him real quick, once, not too
Okay.
long.
He says, absolutely, and attempts an attack. Actually, you roll it, because he's your horse.
Fuck. I've rolled so shit. Almost. Natural 1.
Natural 1. You see Bernard Core reach over and try to like nip you with his teeth, and you just kind of move gently out of the way, and you get the sense, Claire, you just get an image of a rain cloud from Bernard in your head. Claire.
I'm just gonna gently pat Bernard on the head.
He shakes his head almost violently. You have to get out of the way before his horns hit you, or his antlers hit you.
Be like, hey man, sorry. I don't know what I did. Normally I'm good with animals. I guess, did he understand the elk, or did I have to switch to common?
He does not understand elk.
Okay, yeah, so.
No, he understands one language that Ron can speak, I believe is what the
Cool.
spell description says. So I don't know if that's actually common. What language do you speak to Bernard in, Ron?
This whole
So
time
that's interesting.
Ron.
Yeah, Ron Kilmer.
It says Ron Kilmer on your fucking name on Zoom.
I know. It's good. Every time I think it's
Gotcha.
set up from Nate. So I think. So here's the thing. Its preferred form is like an elk, right? So I was thinking Fae would be better, but I speak Celestial, so I don't know if that makes it.
Well, do you only speak Celestial? Is that your only other language?
Celestial, Common, and Primordial.
Okay, so Celestial probably makes the most sense, but you could just talk to him in Common, and he could be Fae if you want.
You could choose any of those, and I would eventually figure it out.
Yeah. I would say I speak to it in Celestial just because I don't want people to understand.
So I would have.
Cool. So he did not understand you. He would have said, "Tell him I can't understand what he's saying." So that is slightly different, but same events happen.
Okay, cool.
Any other role play, or are we rolling for the encounter?
Good.
Roll the encounter.
Okay.
My counter.
All right. Where is my list? Oh, that is the wrong list. That's a list of 101 magical items. One sec. Hey, Kalora, are you still there?
Yeah.
Can you go ahead and make a perception for me, flying up there?
Yep.
I believe you have advantage as a giant eagle.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to check. Advantage on wisdom that rely on sight. So yeah. And do I always forget with the wild shape. Do I take my
It's your stats.
perception? Okay.
Yeah.
Unless the Eagles is better, then you take that one.
Correct.
It's the same. 24.
24. Okay, so in all of the chaos down below that you've seen, and with the riders who have been racing kicking up quite a cloud of dust, you were all a little bit distracted by the spectacle, and it made the road ahead a little bit harder to see. But now that everything's died down a bit, Kalora, you notice kind of off the road, about a foot, 150 feet ahead of you, is an old man dressed in a penitent's robes, just gray homespun robes. With your eagle eyes being better than a normal human's eyes, you can see that he looks to be around 70. Long gray beard, bald on top with long white hair going down to his shoulders. He looks to be blind and at least somewhat lame in his left leg.
And he's just like,
he's standing
what's
there,
the
stock still, with a staff, a walking stick, planted in the ground next to him.
what's the surrounding area that we're traveling in? Is it forest? Is it?
It's all grassland. You haven't seen another soul on the road thus far in 2 days' travel. This is your third day of travel, and there are no homes or settlements around.
All right.
The only thing that I will say is during your second day of travel, you would have started to see the Dragon's Basin on your right. So the Dragon's Basin is probably a few miles away on your right. You can just see the sun glinting off of it.
Okay. I would probably fly down and Narfrin, you said you're at the front of the pack?
Yeah.
I would have gotten within my 30 feet or so of him and telepathically told him that there's a man up ahead.
I mean, he's 150 feet away, so you're traveling at 60 feet every 8 seconds. You've got
80
probably
feet.
around. Not you. I'm talking about the group. So to get down there to them and to express all this information, you would know you only really have like 10 seconds before you're on top of this guy. Well, no, it would be closer to 20 seconds.
Yeah, so I just tell Narfrin that there's a man up ahead, and I kind of fly off to try and kind of circle him and wait for the group to arrive at the same time.
Okay.
I'll relay that to the group. And just keep moving forward.
Okay.
When I, as an eagle, kind of circle him, is there any type of reaction from him? I know he said he's blind, but I'm trying to see if like that's just a facade.
You see as his head turns, presumably with the sound of the horses oncoming, and you see his eyes, though quite clearly clouded with blindness, cataracts, that kind of thing. His eyes meet what looks to be the faces of each of your party members.
After the races? How long is this after the races? Just wondering.
Like 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. So I'm just making sure. I still have comprehend languages up, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, well, like, I guess I don't really have time to like interact with the guy at all, do I? Before the party gets there.
I mean,
could, or as
like a good 8 seconds before they get there, you could land in front of him and do something. But
I just, I'm gonna kind of fly down once again about 30 feet in front of, or close to him and say in his mind, "Hi there. Do you need help?"
You hear through his voice, which is just a normal, reedy old man voice. You all need to repent of your sins.
We do?
You left your family when they most needed you. Disappeared. The rest of the group kind of trot up. He points at Lex. Murderer, repent of your sins. You've murdered many in your time, and stolen and stabbed and killed.
I want to.
She points at Brad. You
that's
also a thief and a liar. Drunkenness is like no one else.
I want to extract
Points
name.
at Narfarin. You who serve a dark beast. Points at Claribold. You who left your wife to die. Points at Tito. Lustful philanderer. You stealer of coin and player at taverns. Points at Core. Disgusting beast of the outlands. Fed on bloodshed and murder. Chopper of heads.
Kind of racist.
Points at Logan.
Just nothing about my personal life. Just racist.
You jealous woman. Your envy knows no bounds. Points at Zephyr. Covetous of your father's belongings. Points at Hezrian. Another thief and disgusting man. Born of hell. Repent of your sins all.
Can I extract name on this dude?
I point at him. Another
Gang,
judging.
gang, sir, gang.
This
I
guy
say-
is like silly.
He only got thief and devil, man.
The extract name?
Yeah.
What's his name?
His name is Penitent Bartholomew.
Is there anything, Matt? Is there anything on him that's like recognizable, or that's he familiar in any way?
Just make a general perception check for me.
Oh man, I got his true name. Kind of just want to cast Bane on him now.
So keep in mind with these random encounters, this is a very heavily edited list for me. So I can tie these things back to actual story events. So it's not just going to be completely random ever. It's going to be, at least something to do with your story.
Is it total 19 total?
19 total. Looking at the man, he doesn't even look to be wearing anything other than this tattered robe he's got. The staff is just a simple piece of wood, obviously well worn on the bottom for where he uses it to tap along, being blind. It's got worn places in the handhold, but he doesn't look familiar in any way.
Does he look healthy, despite the blindness?
He is blind, and with the 19, I guess, make a medicine check. And now that you've looked at him a little more closely.
I want to approach.
Okay.
Me too.
Let Zephyr make this medicine check first, because this is kind of happening
23
at the same time. You can tell that his blindness is supernatural. It is not a natural blindness. This isn't just cataracts or something like that. You've seen blindness before, being trained in healing. And this is more akin to something that occasionally people will become oracles, things like that can see the future, the past, and their natural vision will be taken away from them so they can see into different planes, that kind of thing. His leg, however, is simply malformed. It was either broken many years ago and healed wrong, or he was born with a deformity that's caused his leg to be slightly crooked.
Gotcha.
Is there a reason he didn't say anything about Atio or Luharad?
Oh, I guess he would have. Fuck, I would have gotten away with that too. He points to Atior and says, "Abandoner, you left your children, left them to die." Atior just stops his horse dead in its tracks, gets down and starts walking towards the man. Luharad, the man points to and says, "Fraud, stealing others' research, claiming it to be your own. You're got everywhere you are by stealing. Another thief. Aluhrad just laughs.
I just look to Aluhrad and go,
So you guys
I
approach?
say,
Yeah.
I'm flying down as well.
Okay.
I'll just watch him from afar.
yep, I'm with Narverin. I'm on Zapper's horse. Never mind, I'm with Zapper.
I approach him. I say, I'm so sorry, sir. Are you hungry? Here's a mushroom.
Repent of your
they
sins.
taste great.
Repent.
How do we repent?
To whom do you want us to repent?
How would we repent for you?
Repent of your sins.
How would we even do this?
I
ain't got no sense.
I want to approach him, and I'll take one knee and place my sword in front of him. I'll say, I do not know what happened to my wife and child. I went into the tower to save them. Can you tell me how I got here?
He, with unseeing eyes, looks down at you and scathingly just says, "You left them to die."
I left them to live.
And he kind of just generally looks over at the group again. Sinners all.
How would we repent? What would you have us do, man?
Beg for forgiveness. Flay your backs if you have to. Stop committing them in the first place.
Do you like Olmater?
I represent no god.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can I join that?
Yeah, 2 people can do an insight check.
Alright, keep my passive into account.
Yes, we'll do.
I mean, a whopping 8 for me.
23 for me.
23. Okay.
Nice.
With a 23, you can kind of sense a hidden meaning behind the words, but it's unclear what it is. But he doesn't seem to be lying. With an 8, he seems truthful. Zafir, with your passive, he just seems to be very convicted and not lying, at the very least.
You say that we're the sinners, and you are here standing before us, harassing us. Very
And also
vengeful.
telling scandalous lies, right? Right?
Was that Aluhrad?
Aluhrad, yeah.
No, that's probably true.
Uh,
Mine was. I like
did
all
you
my
do?
dad's weapons.
Oh, covetous, right.
I mean,
Oh, and all of you
think
did,
that's wrong.
you're a murderer. He looks at Lex. Like many people.
Who did you murder, Lex?
Jeez.
I
You've
think
been
a
with me when I'm
murderer-
murdered.
It's different when it's a murder than when it's an assassination, and she's an assassin. So it's her job.
Well, he said murder, didn't he?
I don't know what he said.
Apples and oranges have different names, and they're also different
Apples
fruits.
and orange.
Well, I know. Fine.
Everybody's discussing. I'll take my armor off.
Okay.
And being a follower of Vilmater, would I have something where I can just like hit my back? I don't really have anything in my equipment or my inventory.
You wouldn't,
Holy shit.
Because you
I wouldn't know.
didn't know you were a follower until a couple days ago.
That's true.
You didn't buy
I will-
anything or ask for anything.
Okay. I will take my sword, and I'll just rake it across my chest at this point.
Okay.
As soon as I
just
see
go
him
ahead
do
and
that,
roll damage on that, and it's going to be halved, whatever your normal damage roll would be with your sword.
Okay.
as soon as I see him do that, I'm gonna drop my eagle form like right in front of him.
As soon as you push it across your chest, the man, his eyes just lock with the wound on your chest and the blood. And a beatific smile graces his mouth. It is a good start.
So I deal radiant damage whenever I strike. I would assume I deal
Yeah,
radiant
I
damage
mean,
to myself.
if your sword does radiant damage, then yes. But if it's an ability that you have that does radiant damage, you don't have to apply it.
Okay, got you. I think I would apply it at this point.
Okay.
I'm gonna say he showed you his. Now you show us yours.
It's 8 damage total.
He looks at you, Tito, and once again scathingly says, "Disgusting, lecherous gnome."
Disgusting, judgy old man.
I'm casting Cure Wounds on Claribold right away, and
Okay.
I'm gonna hug him.
I want to.
She's gonna try to cast it on you. Do you want to try to avoid?
I want to avoid it. I do not want the healing.
Okay. So go ahead and make a dexterity save to try to avoid her casting.
Okay.
And her hug.
During this time,
I'll let her hug me though, but I'm avoiding the healing.
All right.
during this
Make a
time, I
dex
would have
save.
said, I wanted to try to write on a piece of paper that I have, and hand it to Zephyr and say, "Do you have any restoration spells?"
Dex
Yeah.
16.
I do.
16. Okay, Kalora, make it just a. What's your spell DC actually?
14.
14. He avoids your healing, but lets you hug him.
Claribold. Why?
I have to do this. I need to know more.
Okay.
That's part of his God's
Thank
thing,
you.
self-infliction. Kalora, it's fine. He does this.
Oh, okay. But do you think hurting yourself is going to be the way you find answers?
Right now, it might be. He knows more than
Okay.
anybody else.
I don't like that.
I mean, neither. I don't really like what he's saying either.
Can we leave?
I don't know. Is he just gonna follow us?
I think we're faster than him.
As you guys are
I'm a
talking,
murderer,
he's just blindly looking into directly into each of your eyes over and over again, scanning the group. Occasionally glancing over at Claribold's wound.
I kind of do a shoulder shrug to Zephyr, like, huh?
I think I'm gonna walk by him.
I want to take a step closer to him and just at what happened to my family. What happened after I went into the tower?
He looks up and kind of to the right, and almost looks like he's listening to something. But not quite. It doesn't exactly look like that. It just kind of it gives that impression. And he turns to look at your wound again and says, "You failed in your task. You could have saved them had you been there. You left not just to save them, but for glory as well. This is your downfall."
Right. I lean forward into Zapper, because we're on the same horse, and I say, "Let's go. There's no need to repent for my sins."
Yeah, that's fine. But I want to talk to him real quick.
Yeah, he doesn't know me.
But I do know
Get
you,
down off the
Tito
horse.
Tilly, he says. Did you hear that?
I'll walk up behind Zephyr when he's going up.
Okay.
And try to get a real hard look at his face.
Also, I'm just getting off the horse and I'm gonna stand in front of him and Is the blindness that you have self-inflicted?
He doesn't answer.
Would you like me to remove it?
He will answer that.
Do you think if you remove it, he
Do
won't
not-
be able to see the future or anything?
Says, "Do not dare to touch me, sinner."
You should remove it.
I mean, I wouldn't have to touch you.
Do not touch me with your magic either. It will do nothing.
I have a question for you.
Sounds like a challenge.
If you answer to no gods or higher powers, what do you determine is a sin?
Give me a minute to formulate the way he's going to say this.
Yep.
The bump.
Like wind on your face or sun on your skin. You don't need to know the cause to know it is there. Something like that. Probably better worded. I had a thing for this, but I couldn't remember what it was. It was like something like he says, like, you know it's a sin, like this thing and that thing. You know that thing is that thing, even though nobody told you it was that thing. You know it's that anyway. That's the general gist of his words.
Can I cast divine?
I think it's just based off his personal morals.
Yeah, you can cast divine sense.
Well, can I make a perception check on him again for a different reason? I just want to see if it's I guess it'd be more of an insight check, like seeing if, like, how both Bahamut and Onatar had appeared to me in different forms before. I just want to, is it something else in a different form?
That's going to be 2 checks. That's I'm going to call that an insight check and an arcana check, or religion, one of the 2. Arcana or religion and insight.
I was just trying to get a good hard look at him to see, like, if there's where I think this guy would be from. Like, if he's tan,
Sure.
or if he's got any sort of feature.
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check. Clarebold, as you extend your divine senses out into the space that this man fills, he emanates powerfully. It's very similar to when you've experienced the sense of something under the effect of the hallowed spell, but it emanates in a slightly different radiance, but it emanates in a similar way.
9.
9? Hard to say. He's definitely from the more northern hemisphere, with his paler skin, which doesn't show any sign of tan or burn. It's just very pale white skin. Zafir, what were your checks?
So the first one was perception.
Insight.
Okay, the first one was insight. Is a 16.
Okay.
So 24.
24.
Yeah, and then you said arcana or religion?
Whichever one you like.
Okay.
Can you explain to me a little bit more about the hallowed spell? I'm reading up on it, and basically, basically he's got this strong holy or strong unholy power behind him. That's all I can really.
It's something that has been infused with either very strong holy or very strong unholy power. You can't tell which,
But and it feels different than something like for instance, some graveyards are under the influence of the hallowed spell. They're made hallowed ground, right? You've heard that expression before. In D&D, it's a little bit literal in some cases. It means that undead can't come up from the ground in that area, that kind of thing. So it's a pretty common thing in nicer graveyards. This emanates in a different way. It feels like that, but it also has a strange twist to it. I also don't think you ever would have seen a person that would have had the hallowed spell on it. Zephyr, sorry, what was your second check?
18.
18? That kind of thing is so difficult to ascertain. Looking at him and hearing his voice and hearing, just getting the sense of like he knows specific facts about you guys, or at least specific things that you've done, you get the sense that he's not altogether a normal person, but you can't tell if he's, for instance, a god in a different form or the paragon of some god. It's too difficult.
Would you say that I noticed him? So I remember going back, you say he looked at everybody's eyes and then he looked at the wound on my chest. Is that something that I would have particularly noticed?
Yeah, you would have noticed him looking at your chest, for sure.
Did his look change when he looked at my
Whenever he was
chest?
looking at your chest, like when you initially did it, a kind of holy smile graced his countenance.
I want to say to him in Celestial, what is your native language, penitent Bartholomew?
As soon as he hears his name, his eyes jut to yours, directly in your eyes. Try not your devilry on me, Core. My native tongue is whatever tongue I am speaking. He says it back in Celestial.
I say damn, because I understand that.
He looks at you and almost just mouths the word blasphemy.
Thanks.
He's cold-blooded, man.
So,
all right, I think it's time to leave him.
I don't want to be here anymore.
Atior looks at Kalora and Lex when they say that. He says, and he looks livid. Like Atior's generally been jolly and fun the whole time you've been with him. You've never seen him take on this kind of aspect. His red hair almost seems like it's darkened a couple shades, and you can tell his pupils are incredibly wide, and you can see veins jutting out from the side of his temples and his head. I agree. We should leave.
And Atior was the one he said was like the thief of other people's work, right?
No, Atior was the one that said
Oh.
he abandoned his
family.
wife and children.
Gotcha.
I'll start walking away from the guy and farther down the road.
As I'm still standing by him, I'm just going to ask, are you going to try to stop us if we pass?
No, that is not my lot.
Very well.
So you guys mount up.
I already kept on riding.
Okay, Atior would have
I'm-
followed you immediately. Luharad would have followed shortly behind.
I would have wanted to, but I would have been pouting, waiting for Zephyr to go.
I want to walk back to my horse and take my sword. Okay, Bandit, I'll take you in just a minute. Take my great sword that I made with my symbol on it, and I'm just going to go lay it down on the ground in front of him. Maybe I should want things less sometimes. And then I'll just go get back on my horse and pass.
Okay.
Mary, I would have rode by you and reached down to lift you up onto the horse to leave, by the way.
I was actually changing back into an eagle again.
Okay.
I'll also fly down next to Lex and say, if you want to ride, just let me know. In her mind.
and just, smirk. Say thanks.
As I'm passing him on my horse, I'll just say, "See you later" in Primordial.
Which sounds like he responds in primordial repent.
As that.
Nice.
So as everybody else is walking away, I'll pick up my sword.
Yeah, I think you're the only one left there, unless Hezrian, are you still there?
No, I dipped out.
And B-Rad, where are you?
I would have left.
Okay. Yeah, you're the only one still there then. Zapper's sword is laying on the ground in front of this man.
Clarebold takes his sword this time along his arm, and he cuts across enough so that the blood runs basically down to his hand at this point. And I reach out for the what I know isn't a man, but I'm treating him like a man, like I'm reaching for his hand. I say, help me to set things right. What do I need to do? His blood is just like dripping down my arm and hand at this point.
As you touch him, or as you reach to touch him, your hand goes right through his body, and not actually being a corporeal being. The blood, when it drips onto the ground in the place where he's standing. So basically, imagine you have your hand like halfway through him, and the blood drips where he would be standing, covering by his feet. You watch as it kind of boils on the ground and then bubbles and smokes and drifts off. This is not the last time you will see me, Claribold. And then he laughs and says, the worthy.
Penitent Bartholomew.
I just wanted to say, as I was walking away from him, I say, judging is a sin in my eyes, sinner.
Doesn't even react to that.
Yeah, because he has nothing to react to.
So I'm assuming I'm
Matt, just for clarity's sake, that was not the one that with my dad's pommel attached.
No, I knew that.
Okay.
Sorry, Claribold. What's the...
No,
the
it's
end
just
game?
rolling damage again. I will put my armor back on, and I'll shoot back up. I'll get back on the elk, and I'll
Okay.
continue riding.
Important question. Do any of you look back?
Yeah, I do.
I do as an eagle, for sure.
I would totally be looking back to see if he takes the sword.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Anyone that looks back, about after Claribold mounts up and begins riding away, sees Zapper's sword on the ground begin to disintegrate. It just turns to dust and is blown away by the wind. And as the last of the sword scatters to the sky, the man goes likewise.
That was actually kind of beautiful.
What the fuck?
I mean, sad because it was a really good sword, but now it's like part of the world.
Oh my gosh. Anyways, that was crazy.
Do you have another sword?
I mean, I usually fight with my hammer, so. But yeah, I do have another sword.
Wonder who that was. Or what that was.
Someone, something distant to remind us we're not perfect, but we can try to be better.
Strange.
I don't think that was a person. I don't know what that was.
Well, I didn't like it regardless.
It's very interesting.
You're right, Atior. I'll be fine. Just made me very tired.
Oh no.
What word do you
Atior
use?
pulls back to the back of the group and kind of rides by himself for the rest of the day.
Atior was the one where they said he abandoned his family.
Yeah.
I'll just
Yeah.
ride with Atior at that point. I'll ride near him.
He doesn't like actively try to get away from you or anything, but he doesn't really acknowledge that you're there or anything. His eyes are very far away when you look at him.
I'm not really saying anything. I'm just riding with him.
Luhrad, meanwhile, makes up for the awkwardness by trying to initiate small talk with all of you and kind of generally being awkward. Any other role play moments coming out of that?
That's fair.
I would like to have a role play moment. Yes. That following evening when we.
Well, I've got to do some more stuff before we get there, but we can do that when we get there.
Okay.
So, Luharad,
yeah.
with this stealing and taking other people's research and claiming it as yours.
Stealing is a very strong word for what it was, and it's not all of my research anyway. I mean, I've done plenty of things completely on my own. You can ask anyone.
Yes, but I'm not asking anyone.
There might have been a partner I had earlier on in my career who didn't have the... He kind of lowers his voice, so he's just talking to you.
Well, Zafar's next to me.
Well, yeah, Zafar would hear as well, obviously, but he's trying to lower his voice so it's not broadcast to everybody, basically. The political drive to actually make it anywhere. He was content to study alone in his laboratory and answer his own questions. I helped, but I also broadcast his findings in other places. Did the world a great favor, and in truth, we discovered a few spells that way that have been greatly beneficial to man, elf, dwarf, halfling, gnome kind.
Where is he now?
He's dead. I know that sounds bad, but he didn't call me a murderer. I didn't kill him. It was an accident. He blew himself up working on some kind of fire spell. I don't remember what it was. Didn't work anyway. I mean, it worked, but not in the way he intended.
Lots of people from my hometown.
Insight. I'm gonna insight check that.
You can't hear him, Tito. Unfortunately. But yeah, you can insight check that.
$24.
Okay. You don't get the sense that he was lying about the friend killing himself in an accident. When he said that he didn't know what spell it was, he kind of twitched a little bit.
When he said he didn't know what kind of spell it was?
He didn't know what spell it was.
That the friend was working on. That blew himself up.
Gotcha.
That means he probably knew.
So it's like a fireball?
It must have been something of the kind. Explosions, fire.
I mean, yeah, I know about explosions and fire.
Right. Well, I don't know if you've ever done any spell crafting, but it's a dangerous art.
But like, what would be that dangerous?
I mean, fireball could certainly be that dangerous. If, for instance, you misplaced a rune on the spell or an incantation and it was cast as a spell centered on yourself rather than centered on a target you can see within 120 feet, that'd be bad. I don't know specifically what he did wrong, but something.
Do you think maybe someone like tried to kill him or something?
I've never really thought about it in that way. It seemed like a perfect accident, but I suppose anything is possible. Although he didn't have contact with very many people. He was mostly alone.
Hmm.
All right, that's fair.
You see, it's a little blown out of proportion by a friend back there. I'm sure all of yours were equally overblown, so I won't ask too many questions. You guys continue to ride for the rest of the day.
Also, I'm kind of, I wanted to say that, like, I kind of understand where sort of he's coming from, because I did work by him 2 nights in a row, and I see that he is smart when it comes to like making potions and stuff like that. So, but I could also see that he's an opportunist.
Exactly. He is.
Okay.
He is still brilliant. He has successfully been teaching at this school for years, and is very smart. But he is also very much an opportunist, and he will. He's somewhat self-serving. You can pretty easily gather that from him after this story. So you guys continue riding for the rest of the day, stopping probably around 6 or 7 as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, just beginning to dip really at that time. Setting up camp and enjoying some food. Just so we're aware of it, be sure you're tracking your rations, 1 per day, if you still have any left. If not, we'll have to come up with something different. Uluhrad sets up his tower again and asks if he actually, this time after the mishap last night, he'll explain what he's doing. Tonight I'm going to be working on specifically incantations that I have to speak over the potions. Really, all I need is someone to either hold my spell book for me, provide light, or assist me in some of the more difficult movements. If anyone would care to help. Atior would normally help, but he kind of points at where Atior is
I'll
sitting
help
by
if I can
himself.
hear you.
Zapper said, and then Tito, and then Core. I think that was the order.
Sure, you decide among yourselves, and I'll be in the tower. He walks to the tower, opens the door, and enters.
Oh, I thought he needed 3 people.
No, he just
Did he not?
needs 1 person.
Okay, then I'm fine. You can do it, Zapper.
I mean, Core, you could do it. You're probably even more interested in
Yeah, I'll do
than
it.
I am.
Okay. Cool. So Core, you enter, and he's got a slightly different layout in the tower today. You haven't seen it before, but some of the stuff for brewing has been put away, presumably on the upper floor, and it's more open space. He's got a set of chalk out that he's drawing very complicated symbols on the floor. Cool. That's actually exactly who I would have wished for. Could you help me with drawing any points over to his spell book at a certain rune? This one, any points where it should go, and kind of goes through that kind of thing throughout the night. You also assist with some of the more complex movements that he has to make, as the somatic portions of the spell are more complex for him. So go ahead and make an Arcana check for me as you're assisting today.
Okay, it's an 8.
8. Okay.
Yeah.
So you actually end up
casting or anything too, right?
accidentally. Yeah, it's just Arcana, unfortunately. End up messing up one of the lines on the rune. It's really small. It's not even that major. Like you scuffed something with your finger and it broke the line in a very specific circle. And he only notices about halfway through the incantation. And then very patiently explains what happened, still saying like, oh, you could have done this, you could have done this, like telling you exactly what was wrong and exactly what you did wrong, but patiently explaining it, almost like a student. And we'll see if he can actually successfully complete it after that. He doesn't. The time that was spent already invested in the incantation was not enough. He didn't have enough time to do that and get a rest, and he needs the rest. So today we do not get to the.
Can I cast Bless on him for that?
It was a nat 1, so.
Oh shit.
And you would have had to do it beforehand. So unfortunately, he does not get to the next step of the potion making process tonight. As this is happening, Kalora, you had your thing you wanted to do.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Cor and Narfrin, but I'll just ask Narfrin since Cor went in the place. Like while we're taking I assume we're taking like watches and stuff.
Sure.
Throughout the night. So I would have asked Narfrin to take a watch with me.
Yes.
Cool. So during one of the watches, Kalora kind of sits in silence for a little while and then tries to break it and just says, so that was weird today.
Why do you say that?
Because it was. Do you not think so?
Nothing more weird than what we usually encounter.
You usually encounter men on the side of the road who speaks of your wrongdoings?
We found an old man that made Zafar's scales go red one time.
Sure, but we weren't in a magically enchanted tower then.
It's true. Maybe it's just the tower still trying to mess with us.
That's
Maybe
kind of what
make it mess with
I
us with
was
our
thinking.
visions.
I was wondering if it was a construct of the tower. I have a feeling all that the guy said was true. I mean, I did leave my family in the time that they probably needed me most.
Yeah, I can empathize with that. It's rough. It's hard.
Okay. You don't seem as disturbed by this as I am.
I think maybe because I've had longer to accept the sins that he spoke of.
Sure.
Because I've served,
okay.
I've served for, almost 100 years now. But it was only recently that you lost or left your family, right?
Yeah, but now you serve the Earth Mother too.
Yeah, I'm trying to cancel it out a little bit.
Don't forget that.
I also can't forget who I serve as well. The other being.
But you don't want to serve him, do you?
No.
I'm going to pray. You can join if you'd like.
I just interject really quick.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys are on this watch, you notice that Atior is not sleeping. He hasn't slept the whole night. He's kind of probably around 30 feet away from the group, over by himself, leaning up against his pack. You can see that he has a small, what appears to be just a bag, like a pouch of some kind, and kind of similar to the little being that ran forward in the race. Before the race, he's cast that same spell on it, so it's got little arms, little legs, and a face. And for a while, you just kind of like check in on him, looking at him every once in a while, and he's just looking at it. And then at some point, he would have just picked it up, and he's cradling it to his chest and has fallen asleep.
Nice.
So I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna start to pray, and not verbally out loud, but I'll set up my little symbol that I have of the Earth Mother, and I'll probably druid craft a couple cherry blossoms and lotuses and all the different flowers and saplings that I like, and set that up to create like a little small altar, and then pray for a while. And while I'm praying, I will repent to the Earth Mother and
Okay.
ask for her forgiveness.
That might be pretty impactful. Do you think you could type that out and send it to me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like right now?
No, not right now.
Oh,
You can
okay.
do that at any point.
After you get done praying, did the other things that the man said about the others bother you?
I guess. I mean, when it comes to a lot of the members of our party, if I didn't know things about them, I guess I kind of accepted that they were something. So, you know, everybody does things wrong. I mean, yeah, certain things. What about you?
No. Clarabold's hit home for me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that
My
was
wa-
probably.
My wife also died after I left, so it hurt more than the others.
I figured it would have. I just hate that Clarabelle doesn't,
He doesn't know.
have any grasp. Yeah, I mean, I know that you hurt, and I know that you mourn for your loss, but at least you know.
Yeah, I at least know, how she died and why it happened, but I couldn't imagine
Having
not
nothing.
knowing.
And it's not even like not knowing, it's like literally not being able to know.
And also, up until this point, he's probably maybe thinking that he did do something and that his family is at home waiting for him right now. But now,
I didn't even think about it that way.
he's already in such emotional turmoil constantly all the time with his brain. I can't imagine now.
That's why as soon as I saw him hurt himself, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know. I didn't know what he was trying to achieve, but it just seemed so extreme. And I realize now that that's part of what his God asks, and that's what he's used to doing. But it's
Not
kind of.
only. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it was kind of extreme.
Well, not only that, but I can speak from experience that I would do anything to know what would have happened to her. And if somebody asked for him to fully cut off his arm, I bet he would have fully cut off his arm if it meant knowing what would have happened to her.
That's why I asked him if he thought doing that was going to be the answer, or was going to get him the answers that he wanted. Because if he knew with conviction that that was going to be what got him those answers, I could understand, I would get inflicting harm on yourself in order to achieve that, but
I mean, even if there's only a minuscule chance, I think he would have still done it. You know, because that's what love
Yeah.
is. We'll have to check up on him when he's awake.
yeah. And then I finish and I pick up all my stuff and I go to bed.
Okay.
And I'll wake up whoever's for next watch. If that matters.
Sure. I'm sending a couple messages in roll 20.
Oh, I've been putting us in tiny huts, by the way.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Like Lehman's tiny huts, like for each night. I figured like I would do that every night, you know.
Hezrian and B-Rad, since you're not in roll 20 right now, I'm going to send you this in Discord, okay? Actually, Hezrian, are you on Discord? Yeah, you are.
Matt, should I understand what mine is?
Not necessarily. Tito, I sent yours in there as well. Some of you might, some of you might not. Okay. You guys awake the next morning. All of you having had some variant of an interesting dream over the night. This dream sticks with you throughout the day. It was very vivid, very real. Nothing about it felt like a normal dream. You could feel your skin. You could feel your arms moving. Any aches and pains that you have in your body during the day were present in the dream as well. It was only 30 seconds long for each of you, but you feel it. You remember it. You can continue traveling on for, say, 2 more days. So this is day 5. Having the same experiences, and the encounter there with the old man, it starts to weigh on your mind less. You're not forgetting by any means, and Clairbold, you might be stewing on it even more, but for most of you, it's just starting to feel like a weird encounter with a strangely powerful old man on the road. The first day,
Matt, just it would be something that I pray to Onatar about, just like asking him about it, not like specifically repenting or like reflecting on myself, but asking him like, hey, what is this?
Gotcha. Yeah, send me that prayer and I'll send you, if he sends anything back. It's not very likely that you'll get a specific answer for any of this, but if you're praying about it and you do have questions, certainly send me the prayers. That might be helpful for me, and you might get more than you think. So the first night, Iluharad goes into the tower to prepare the same elements of the spell that he did before. Core, he actually asks you this time to come in and try again. Now that you've messed it up, I'm sure we can get it this time.
Also, I should say I am proficient in calligraphy skills, so I don't know if that would help any sort of drawing, any sigils.
Well, you have to use chalk, not the calligraphy set, but it might help with your hands. We'll try it.
that was Nathan talking. Sorry.
I know it was, but it's calligraphy set is very specific. It's not the same as drawing chalk on the floor.
Okay, Arcana. Here we go.
Yep.
Well,
you can roll with advantage now that he's given you a very in-depth lesson about it.
just toss it up a couple times. Okay. Okay, that's like a 15, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 15.
15. Let's see if he can roll well. Yeah, I think that's gonna do it. Yeah, he rolls like a 20 something. So you do make another slight mistake this time. Luckily, Aluharad spots it immediately, points it out to you as you're making it. And you can pretty easily correct it. The DC for the check is 16, so very minimal fail. And he rolls well enough to notice and then continue the spell afterwards. So he now has 3 days of potion making in, just a little bit longer, a little bit more than halfway left to finish making another acid resistance potion. The next day, he has another task that needs to be done. With this aspect of the spell, it's preparing more dry ingredients and then extracting their essences to add them to the potion that's already been created to intensify and improve the effects. It's going to involve a lot of manual dexterity of fingers and moving things into very specific piles and then being able to put them into measure them out into very specific ways. Lex, if you'd like to join me, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
You guys go in and begin preparing the ingredients. He kind of tells you he's kind of getting used to. I'm sorry.
Can I watch over this too?
Yeah, more the merrier. Sure thing.
Yeah.
I'm used to a class full of children, so the two of you is easy. He's kind of getting used to working with you, Lex. So he kind of just points out the various ingredients he needs and tells you how much, and he kind of just trusts you to get it right at this point. So go ahead and make a check with your poisoner's kit. Where the poisoner's kit specifically has scales and measurement tools in it, so I'm assuming you're using those, and that's why I'm giving you that. So it's going to be dexterity plus proficiency.
Nat 20 plus 8.
Okay. You expertly lay out the required ingredients and begin to mix them as instructed by Aluharad. He comes through after preparing what he needed to do with the incantations and begins to extract their essences as combined. Once they're extracted into a small vial, he adds them to the potion, and you guys have another successful day under your belts. This final day, it's going to be our last day of the night, I believe, because I think I said we're going to quit at 11, is another encounter night, or encounter day. So I'm going to give you the same opportunity as before. If you'd like to role play anything beforehand, or prepare anything, or if you need to rejigger your spells, go ahead and do that now, in case it is a combat encounter. And if not, I can just roll for the encounter and we'll get started.
Real quick, Matt, I messaged you on Roll20 as well as I would be using create food and water every day. I think Zephyr has that spell as well. It's bland, but you don't have to use rations. So I would say I would use that every morning. So I'm just gonna knock off, like, basically while we're traveling, I'll just block off a 3rd level spell slot. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'd probably talk to Zapper.
Okay.
Zapper? Where'd he go?
Lex is talking to you.
Lex is talking to Zapper.
What? Sorry, I was like really zoned out.
Yeah, I noticed. Talking to Onatar. Oni.
I'm not talking. You're not supposed to call him that because, it's not his name.
I was just thinking, you've taken down a dragon before.
Yeah.
You are okay with this? You think the odds are with us?
I don't really know.
Do you think they're much different?
Well, he told me it's like acid shooting dragons. Rook was a lightning shooting dragon. And also this one has that rider guy on him. So they're probably a little. Rook was really old and really big, but my dad had done some stuff to him first. And then I kind of like exploded with lightning powers when I first got my powers, and that threw him off a little bit. But I don't think I'm going to have the same shocking effect,
Okay, yeah, because I felt a little better knowing that you had that experience. But maybe you're still as good. Maybe better.
I definitely know the weak spot behind the skull. I definitely know the weak spot behind the skull. That's where I stabbed Rook.
Nice, I'll get that one.
Cool.
Okay. That's really all I want to talk about.
Any other specific roleplay moments?
I'm definitely trying to make Stick and my horse friends. That's it.
Okay. Just go ahead and make 2 animal handling checks for me.
And I can talk to everybody.
Yes. If you'd rather do persuasion, you can do persuasion.
I mean, if I was trying to persuade.
I'm just thinking of it. You're influencing them in a way to try to make them friends faster than natural.
Yeah, I guess
So either one of those checks is fine.
Okay. Well, it's the same either way. Persuasion and what? Animal hand? Yeah. 13 and an 11.
Actually, we'll call Sticks the 13 because I'm going to say you can roll with advantage with Stick because he's like your buddy. Roll another check for the horse.
Well, that's even worse.
Okay, so worse for the horse. That's fine. Horses and squirrels are not generally friends, and unfortunately, they can't talk to one another. So it's a hard thing to you're translating between a squirrel and a horse. And even though Stick is very smart now compared to other squirrels, there's still kind of a comprehension gap there in trying to get them to understand even why they should be friends. But by the end of this day, or by the end of the previous day, you did have Stick hanging on to your horse's neck and kind of like burrowing into his mane and things like that. So they're getting better.
Nice. Yeah, you guys will hear me randomly throughout the travel, just being like talking to the horse, being like, "I am from the future." Well, actually, I guess you wouldn't understand because I just nay.
Yes.
Well, whatever.
Clairbolt, can you go ahead and roll a Constitution save for me?
Mm-hmm.
$14.
Okay. Thank you very much. The thing you keep doing, just keep telling me if you're doing it every day. Okay?
Got you.
Let's roll for an encounter, guys. Okay. Not a combat encounter, so we will actually be able to finish it tonight, which is good.
Kalora, since you're kind of acting as scout on this, being the, are you an eagle today?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do it every day.
And Narfrin, you're still at the front of the.
Yeah.
Okay, both of you go ahead and make perception checks for me.
I just sent you my prayer mat.
Thank you.
14.
I would still have advantage, right?
Correct. This is vision based.
18.
18. Okay. This is a fairly easy thing to see, so both of you notice it as you are traveling down the road. Kalora, I'd say you see it first just from the angle you have on it. The grass in this area is probably around 2 feet tall, going up to 3 feet and 1 foot in different areas. Growing about, or not growing, about 1.5 foot off the right-hand side of the road in this thick grass, you see what appears to be a basket covered with a cloth, resting on a stump. A couple seconds later, Narfrin, you notice it as well. It's a brown wicker basket covered by a white cloth sitting on a stump, which is strange for a couple of reasons. One, because there's nobody around. And two, because you haven't seen any trees.
I fly closer to it to see if I can see any more detail. Like if the cloth is not covering any certain part of it or anything.
Do you tell us about?
Core is flying
I
like a
don't.
million miles up.
Yeah, I would have. I'll tell you guys about it.
You guys see Kalora diving close to it as Narfrin tells you what's going on further down the road. It's only like 50 feet ahead, so you'll be there imminently. But Kalora, as you get closer, it's just a white cloth covering it. It looks like it's well covering the contents of the basket. The basket looks relatively weather-worn, and the covering, the cloth over it, is slightly dirty, like it's been out here a while.
Can I hear any sounds that are not of just nature nearby?
Make another perception check. This one not based on sight, so not an advantage.
8.
8? No. It's not another baby, I promise.
That's what I was thinking.
Yep.
I wait for the group to approach. If they
I guess I'll get to it first, and I'll get off my saddle and go over to it and investigate it.
Okay. Nothing too
I'd be
complex.
following behind soon.
Sure.
Same.
You walk up to it and take the cloth off of the basket. It's full of about 6 or 7 different varieties of mushroom. None that you've ever seen before in this campaign. Go ahead and make a nature check.
18.
18? Okay. You do recognize one of the mushrooms as a relatively common variety that's often used in cooking, predominantly, and this makes sense for your backstory, in wood elf cooking, that tastes meaty, but almost has a fruity sort of aftertaste after you consume it, and nutty as well. It's often used in both desserts and main courses, alongside things like meats or even things like candies. It has a very, very broad flavor. It also engenders feelings of peace in the person after they eat it about 30 minutes later. The other ones, no idea. Some of them look relatively similar to just regular button mushrooms. A couple look really similar to portobellas. Some of them look like gnarled black, curving, long-stalked mushrooms with very thick, pronounced heads. There's going through them, there are 7 varieties here, and they're roughly the same amount in weight, by weight of each one.
How many are there of the kind that that I've recognized?
Just to make it easy, we'll say there's 10 of each mushroom, so a total of 70 mushrooms in the basket.
Okay.
We really need a bag or something that we can keep all the shit that we find in, because like we could have just put that old man in it and then these mushrooms.
I don't think it would be a good idea to put a man inside an extra-dimensional bag. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I was joking about that part.
I have one though. Never
I
mind.
have a bag of holding. I thought everybody knew. Maybe not.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was open to like for everybody to store.
Oh yeah, I've got Tito's painting in there.
Oh, cool. I want another one still because I want to hold all of my smithing stuff. But
I think you told me to put 5 of your ingots in there. I think I have 5 of your ingots.
oh,
Cool. Yeah.
Does anyone else think it's strange that there's a basket of mushrooms in the middle of nowhere, right there?
I drop down
What?
right next to Lex and be like,
Yeah, I mean, mushrooms?
I do.
That's why I said we should put it in the bag.
it's really weird.
Can I take a look at these mushrooms?
Sure. Go ahead and make a nature check.
While he's looking at it, I just kind of look to the group and I'm like, I was talking to our friend the other night, and I just think this is like all like constructs of the tower. I think it's trying to mess with us. Why would there just be a random basket in the middle of nowhere with mushrooms in it?
I mean,
Why was there a
Because they
random
know we're
porch in the
hungry.
middle of the woods?
I didn't understand
got here.
anything.
Everybody talks at once. I know we haven't seen anybody on this road, but it's not impossible that someone just left it here a couple days ago.
I got a 7.
7? You don't recognize any of these mushrooms.
I have a better nature than anything else that I've rolled so far. Yeah, I've rolled the lowest.
Just in case, I'm gonna cast Purify Food and Drink on the basket, and when I do that, I'm gonna pop one of the mushrooms that I recognize in my mouth.
Oh hell yeah!
It tastes exactly like you remember. In fact, it takes you back to the coronation feast. The roast boar had a complement of these mushrooms alongside as a side dish, and though you didn't get to eat much that day, it sure looked good.
Nice.
Coronation.
You didn't hear that. That was God talking to Narfaran.
That's right.
Aluhrad, Atior, do you know what's in here?
If they have no magical properties, I won't know much about them. I can take a look. I do a bit of cooking as well, so. Atior in the last day has almost completely gone back to normal. It was like for 2 days he was down, and then he just popped right back, like flipping a switch.
Just flip the switch.
He's going to roll a nature check.
These ones are very good, and I point at the ones that I was eating, and I invite them to try one.
Yeah, I'll snag one.
Yeah, I've never seen these before. I don't know.
I'll eat one if I'm awake.
Okay. Yeah, these mushrooms have a very, very interesting texture to them. Normally, Narfarin, they would be roasted or cooked in some way, but you've been eating them raw for years, and they're still quite delicious. When you bite into them, it's almost like biting into a sausage. They have the outer skin is thicker, and the inner flesh is a little bit more meaty, and they kind of have a pop of flavor that feels a little bit like biting into a steak, but tastes more like nuts and berries. It's a mushroom, guys. It's not even that funny.
I hate you guys.
I'm just laughing.
Matt, you literally just kept going.
Yeah.
Nuts and berries. Nuts and berries.
So
They're really good. They're really good. Try some, guys.
Orgasmic.
I'm gonna get back on my horse now. To be honest.
Okay.
I mean, I'll take the rest of the ones that people don't eat that I know and put them in my
I
bag.
say take all of them. Wrap it up in like some cloth and stuff. Take all of them.
It's up to you guys.
Can I just take the basket?
I mean, yeah, but it's kind of weird to have a basket on a horse.
These are the nice basket.
It's not bad. It's clearly, handmade.
That's an animal getting into medicine, babe.
I'll just leave the mushrooms in the basket then if we would just want to put it in the... Do you want to put it in the bag of holding, Nate?
We could use the
Or do you wanna-
basket for another
okay.
DIY
I don't know.
project.
I actually don't know if I want to keep it on me. I'm afraid to move the basket. What if it's a trap?
Should somebody inspect it for traps? Hmm?
I mean, sure, I'll inspect it for traps. Why not?
Go ahead.
It's a 9.
9. Doesn't look trapped.
I mean, it doesn't look trapped, guys. But like, why are we taking some of these mushrooms? What if they come back? They look fresh. They tasted pretty good. Why are we gonna take mushrooms? They're just mushrooms. We can get our own mushrooms.
I don't know. I don't trust it. That's why I want it.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Atior pipes up as well. It's, I mean, I wouldn't mind trying to maybe take a look at them. I've never seen any of these varieties before. I can't say they're endemic to this area for certain.
Do you want to carry them then? Do you want them?
I wouldn't mind.
Sure.
If it's all right with you.
Hey, Matt, now that I was in eagle form when our friend was checking them, can I take a look at them and see if any were like native to my land?
Sure. Since it's the third check, the DC is going to be a little bit higher, but
Oh, it's the third? I'm sorry. I thought it was only the second.
it's okay.
Okay. No, 14.
Yeah, you just don't recognize them. Sorry. So, we're just going to really quick, since there's no more encounters on this journey, we're going to do if it's okay with you guys, the last 3 nights of potion making to see if we can successfully make a potion before we get to Portside. Cool. Okay. So next night is going to be distilling the alcohol that goes into the potion that allows it to get into the bloodstream faster. So anybody who cooks could help with this. Anybody with fire could help with this. Anybody really.
I can help with
Okay.
it.
Sure.
Wait,
I want to be watching all the days.
That's
do
fine.
you get
Don't necessarily
a little tipsy off of drinking a potion?
It depends on the potion, but some, yes, you can.
Oh, what about like a healing potion?
Healing potions, I don't believe, are made with alcohol, so no, not healing potions. But you can make healing potions with alcohol. You can combine them. They're cocktails. Zafir, he invites you into the hut, and it's again the same kind of setup with the various amble mix and condensing chambers and things like that. This time, though, it also has a copper boiler at the bottom, currently unlit, and basically he discusses basically you're going to have to create the mash, put it into the boiler with water and yeast, and get it up to a specific temperature. He is going to be using some spells to speed up the process of fermentation, but essentially it's making vodka. So Zafir, he charges you.
Could I use medicine for this? Because that's what I thought. You
do have to make alcohols for medicine too, so I don't see why not. I was going to say you could just add your proficiency modifier because it's kind of similar to keeping a fire going in a forge, but if you want to use medicine, that's...
Yeah, I'll use medicine.
Okay. So as he's weaving the spells over the boiler,
Ooh,
begin.
natural 20.
Fantastic, yeah.
So that's 27.
You guys condense the correct amount of alcohol at the correct percentage to successfully get the potion going the next day. Perfect. The second to last day is going to be weaving some additional spells over the list, or over the potion as it's in its nearly completed state. It's going to be very similar to the thing that Core helped with, the movements and rune work. Whoever wants to help.
I'll definitely be in there.
Okay.
If somebody else wants to do it, then they can. But otherwise, I'll do it.
I was like, nobody else is doing it, so I was doing it, realizing no one was helping.
Okay, so both of you are in there.
Recognize, so like I've been there every single day, just trying to watch. So like you can come in and do it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm just also intrigued by all of it. So if you want to do it, no worries. Like do it.
I think Brad wanted to do it.
Did he?
Doubtful.
As you guys are having this conversation, Brad goes, Brad, by all means, if you want to try, you can come in. The worst we could do is lose a day.
Oh, that's just a long time.
Well, we have one more day of journey, and if I can find a few hours to work while we are in Portside, then it's not really an issue. We did really well the previous days, except for the one. If you want to try, I mean.
Sure, I'll try it.
All right. So you guys go in, and he points out in his spell book the various runes that you're going to have to transcribe onto the ground, and match them and align them correctly to get the intended result. He gives you very specific instructions. Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
You got this, B-Rad.
I believe in you.
Can I say I would have cast Enhance Ability on him after
Sure.
I volunteered him?
That's fine.
At advantage. $18.
18?
First one was an 8, and the second one was an 18.
Okay. Lex, did you go in there, or is it just Core in there? Okay. So Lex and Core, you guys watch as Brad kind of gets down on his knees and takes the chalk in his hands, and the chalk looks tiny in his massive Warforged hands. And with a grace and dexterity that you've never seen out of B-Rad, he begins tracing out with almost robotic precision the correct runes, placing them in the right place. Very little instruction from Aluharad. He just checks in with the book every once in a while and continues writing. You don't know if it's the innate connection to magic he has, being that he was created through magic, but he's good at this. Finishes the task quickly, and Aluharad's going to be rolling at advantage to make the potion. Yep. Successfully manages to imbue the potion with the additional resistance, and stands up, claps his hands. Well, we are nearly done. Tomorrow is just finalizing it to make sure it has no ill effects, so purifying and neutralizing any latent wild magic energies that might be imbued in the potion. Birad, excellent work. You might have a knack for this.
I just look to Core, and I'm like, how? I guess maybe because he was that like wizard's cart assistant or something.
I got shaky hands, you know.
But can I also talk about how it's the two barbarians and the rogue who are in here with the wizard?
Well, I'm a wizard too, you know.
Yeah, but you're still new to that, so it doesn't really count.
And the cleric.
To be fair, Atior's never enjoyed this kind of work, and the rest of your party are more you know what?
Divine.
What?
Less focused on, well, maybe Logan. She hasn't offered. On academic pursuits. You know what I mean.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of the studying.
Right.
I also look at Corum like, just so you know, it wasn't being a dick. Like, I was just saying you were new to it, and I thought it was funny.
No, it was good. It was good.
Are you there? I didn't know you were in the room with us. Oh. Well, the cleric makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the final day is going to be, like you said, neutralizing any ill effects, aka if they're based on the ingredients you use, sometimes poisons or alternate substances will be created in the substrate. So neutralizing that, as well as, what was the other thing I said? Oh, yeah, both of those things. Magics, the wild magic. So very specific, very targeted dispelling of unintended magical effects. Who would like to help?
I'll do it.
Okay. Lex, do you want to let Kalora help?
I'll watch, yeah.
All right.
Oh, did you already say yes?
I've just been raising my hand every time.
Oh, got it. I got it. What am I doing? Like, just gonna, like, stand there and watch? I'm saying this to...
If you'd like, I could have one of the others help, but basically what I need today will largely be in the realm of detection and neutralization of both poisons and latent magical energies.
I can detect magic, and I can dispel.
All right. Let's give it a shot. So for this one, just because it's a little bit different, go ahead and make a an Arcana check for the latent magic abilities, and a nature check for the, we'll say nature check for the poisons.
Can we assist her at being in the same room?
If you'd like to, yeah.
You guys have no faith in me.
She has to take the actions, but
You let
you guys
B-Rad
can.
do it.
I think on the Arcana, I'm just gonna look up. Well, it's different. It's different. Okay, I just just looking over Laura. Just want to make sure she doesn't like explode something.
Sure.
So I think I'll take, if I can, assist her on the Arcana portion.
Yeah, you can roll with advantage on the Arcana portion since Core is assisting Kalora.
18.
So he's the assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just kind of like, if in reading the spell book, if there's any area that she doesn't know what it's specifically talking about, Core can kind of jump in and assist. But without too much help from Core, Kalora, you managed to help identify several of the compounds that would have been created through the mixing of the ingredients listed in the recipe for the spell, and assist in their removal. So go ahead and make your second check for nature.
20.
20. So looking through it, being able to just kind of sense in some ways how various natural components combine, you manage to use a little bit of your magic as well to purify the potion from its poison. Let's make a Luharad roll with advantage. It's like a 30. So at the end of the couple hours work at the evening, Luharad holds up a completed in a kind of cylindrical, not cylindrical, sorry, spherical flask with a tube coming out the top, pops a cork in it, and completed potion. Good work, everyone. That's a rather potent potion of acid resistance. He hands it to Core.
Oh, I mean, does everybody else already have one?
No, I haven't passed them out yet. You just seemed so interested in the process. I thought you might want to take a look at the finished product.
Yeah, I do want to take a look at it.
Yeah, looking at it, it's a very, very pale green liquid with motes of silver dust flying around in it. Very, very watery. It's not like super viscous at all. It's actually, I would say less viscous than water. It's not very heavy. It looks like it would be probably around 2 mouthfuls to drink.
I'll hand it back. Yeah. Looks like everybody did a good job. Go team. Give my high five.
Perfect. All right. So, Lex, you're muted if you're talking.
I'm trying to feel a little bit part of team. I go in for a high five as well.
Lovely.
Just to Core, though.
High five.
Yeah, because I saw he was offering them, and I was there.
All right, so we are finishing in like 2 minutes. But as you're almost there, I'd like to describe the city of Portside as you get to it. So as you begin approaching the city on your final day of travel, you're met with a very different looking city to the city of Mightside. The walls are not as high. They're probably only 15 feet high around the outside. And they're stark white. They don't look like they're made from mortared stone or anything like that. They're just white, almost like concrete is what they look like. You can see past the walls to the various buildings, which are all made from the same very white material. They're tiled. Their roofs are all very deep blue, tiled clay. As you get closer, you approach the gates, which are wide open. They're actually, rather than solid wood gates, they are more like interweaved iron gates that are wide open. Is there anything you want to do as you approach, or can I just describe the interior as you enter? Good? Okay. As you enter the city, you're momentarily blinded by the harsh sunlight reflecting off the stark white buildings. As your eyes adjust, your nose picks up the smell of fresh herbs as seafood is prepared for a meal. The ocean breeze tickles the exposed passages of your bodies. Once you can finally see properly, you take in the sights of Portside. The white buildings, the tallest of which are 3 stories, are accented by azure doors, window frames, and roofing tiles. Well-tanned and beautiful people, primarily humans, walk the streets in flowing white clothing, no doubt to stave off the heat, all attending to various tasks. The city guard, who you notice immediately and upon entering the gates, are lightly armored and carrying accented gold tridents. On each one of their hips, a coiled whip rests. Welcome, adventurers, to the city of Portside. It is a very beautiful city, very Mediterranean feeling, if you want to get a sense of it for comparison. It's positioned on a set of cliffs on the backside, so the far end of the city is very steep, a lot of stairs winding down, short alleyways and things like that. I would like to do, as a final thing, just share a picture of it. One sec. This is a real city in real life, but it is exactly the way I imagine Portside. So, let's see. Oh, Nathan, can you approve me for screen share?
Yeah. How do I do that? Can I just make you host? Yeah.
Just enable sheer screen sharing, I think. Oh, no, that works. Okay.
Yeah, that'll work.
You see that?
Very cool.
That's what I pictured. 100%. I even put that city on my notes.
That is the city of Portside, your second major city in Shador. Congratulations, everybody. We'll get into the city exploring and hopefully finding a ship over to Stale next week.
Woot woot.
I'm not exploring any of this city. I don't want to know.
Not
shit
any more
about
than
it.
you have to.
I don't want to know shit about
If
this.
anybody talks to the Thieves Guild, I swear to God.
You know,
Oh, that's where I was going.
No books.
I swear.
I know it was a weird fast forward session, guys, but I really wanted to get you guys to the next part of the story rather than wasting, 2 sessions traveling. So hope it was acceptable.
That's good.
Good.
That was cool.
College of Bards. That's where I want to go.
I got to find out
That's
I was a
very cool,
murderer,
Michael.
so that was interesting.
Yeah. A lot of interesting stuff. I was wondering if I would ever roll that one, so I'm glad I did.
All right. Same time next Saturday.
Same time next week, guys, as long as we're all good with it.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I'm in.
Oh, I'm moving my apartment next week.
That's stupid.
We may be able to get on. I just don't know where we will be.
Okay. Well, it's going to be online, so.
Yeah, I know. I just don't know if we're going to be in like a hotel room with like Wi-Fi, like shitty Wi-Fi or something.
Gotcha. Well, just let me know. As long as it doesn't violate the rule of 3, I don't think we'll be skipping it. So.
All right.
All right, cool,
Think
guys.
we're good.
See you later.
Bye, guys.
Hey, guys.
Peace out.
But